What is true? Young men speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, I forgot to schedule my live stream, so I just kind of had to make it happen. I made it rain. But it's all set now. So we're live. It's good. You don't need to schedule it if you just do it. Then you don't need thumbnails. So it makes it easier. I got my Sam Pell. We're good to go. We got our Muppet Cup. You know, have you considered? You should buy one if you haven't considered. I got some chocolate today. A little bit of tea from the Table Rock Tea Company, the best tea in the world, right from South Carolina. So, can confirm. Yeah, and we've got a special show today for sure. Should be super exciting. Um, we're talking about cognitive load, and this is like the stream version of my previous video on this topic, which is it's an important topic to understand cognitive load. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to work this out. This is a request from Castle, so hopefully he'll be joining at some point for questions and such nots. And I think that the reason why we need to do this video is because it's a difficult topic, right? It's not the kind of topic that you can just easily sort of dig into and do once in 20 minutes or whatever my first video was and be done with. The importance of cognitive load cannot be understated. And no one talks about it, and no one is aware of how it affects their lives. And because cognitive load is so important to everything you do and everything that happens to you, and how it's in fact the mechanism how a bunch of things happen, it just needs to be talked about and treated with care, because otherwise you'll fall down a rabbit hole. The way that people are manipulated is often through cognitive load, and you can take advantage of a bunch of factors in order to put people in a position where they're overwhelmed cognitively, and then you can insert ideas into their head. This happens all the time to you. That's what you need to understand. It doesn't matter who you are or what you think your cognitive load is or what it actually is or how many IQ points you have or what you've learned or how many wisdom practices you've adopted. That's all actually not terribly relevant to the fact that you have a cognitive limit, and no matter what your cognitive limit is, it can be overwhelmed. That might be especially relevant if you have a device or exposure to something that is so much bigger than you in some ways that it can overwhelm you cognitively very easily. And that's really the issue. People don't appreciate the fact that you have cognitive limits. When they are overwhelmed, things happen that you do not understand, that you cannot control, and that you may never become aware of. So, if you've ever heard people talking about hidden trauma or childhood trauma or any of those things, that behaves a lot like cognitive overload. You weren't able to process something. This is typically how they talk about trauma. Not everybody, but a lot of people. When you can't process something, that's a cognitive overload. And then you make associations because you have to make associations with the world because you're in the world. No choice. And then that can affect you, we'll say unconsciously, in ways that you don't understand. Okay. So that's why it's important to understand cognitive load because it is something that controls a lot of your existence on this planet, without you realizing it and without you having any say in it. That's very upsetting, and nobody wants to hear that message. And I totally get that. But also, this is super important. Now, I didn't prepare a huge number of notes. I had plenty of time. I've just been experimenting with the more off the cuff sort of live stream things. Uh, and recorded videos, as you'll find out later, because super important. And just by way of housekeeping, my last video on wisdom with Jess is excellent. Everybody should watch it. Everybody should tell everybody else to watch it. Has some good comments going on there with some people. I've got more videos coming up. I have to make at least one more before I leave on vacation, but I am going away, but only going to be away from the house for like 10 days. So I'll be right back. On next Friday, because I will not be here, I will release a special conversation with Justin Wells. If you don't know who Justin Wells is, that's okay. He's awesome. We talked about Girard, mimetic desire, and scapegoat. Justin's quite knowledgeable about these things in his own way. He might deny that. That is going to come out in place of my live stream so that I don't lose the time slot. Hopefully, people will still tune in, even though I won't be able to take live stuff going on. And if I'm freed up, which I might be on next Friday, I don't know. Then I'll hop into the comments and stuff. But I can't guarantee that because I'm going to be away. Probably going to miss my Sunday book club, unfortunately. I'm not going to miss Saturday's book club, I don't think, but Sundays I'll miss for sure. But that conversation that I had with Justin Wells is amazing, and you're really going to enjoy it. And Girard is a really interesting character, and our secret desire is to help Peugeot. So if anybody knows Peugeot, tell them to watch that video. In the meantime, what we're going to be talking about today is this cognitive load issue. Now, you'll notice that I jumped into talking about the subject, jumped out of it, and now I'm jumping back in. Okay? It would be disingenuous for me to say that I do not understand psychological manipulation at a very deep level, which is not to say it's very deep, because actually the mechanisms are very simple. And they're quite well known, by the way. And there's a lot of obfuscation around them. And if you don't study them correctly, you will get the wrong impression of how all this works. If you want to study them without reading about them, which I highly recommend, you just look around the world and you'll see the patterns. They're right there. So why is this important? This is how you are manipulated. It's not the only way that you get manipulated, right? There's lots of enchantments. Cognitive load is not technically a type of enchantment. However, you use the things that I will be talking about as types of enchantment uh, in order to help overload somebody cognitively. Cognitive overload is not strictly about overloading your cognition, as in overflowing it, can also involve what's called entrainment. And I'll get into that. And then the question arises, am I swimming in mind control? And if I point at it, you'll see it. You'll see the mind control. That there are people that do that. There's lots of people that do that on the internet right now. But was it ever there? Or did you project an image to the world? Because we all project our predictions into the world. You have to in order to predict the world and survive. If you're near a street and you don't project into the idea of the street that a car could come zooming by, you will die. Not right away, maybe, but you will die. Projection is not bad. The reason why I am telling you this is multifaceted. The first reason is to exemplify the fact that cognitive load isn't always about overloading you. If somebody is under cognitively loaded, you can use that to manipulate them. Anxious, have ADHD, you're a target for a certain type of manipulation involving cognitive load. Isn't that disturbing? It should be. So the fact that you have to project your predictions into the world is a problem. Indeed. Because you don't have a choice. You're going to do it, but you should be aware, should have mechanisms to know when that's what you're doing. Otherwise, the line between what's in your head and what actually happens that other people can also witness is not so clear to you. And that is not helpful. But it is harmful. The other message is that, yeah, so you have a cognitive load, you have a cognitive system, and it can be underloaded, and that can be a problem because you project into it. And if you don't know that you're doing that, that's a big problem potentially. And it can be overloaded, right? Which means that you need to curate your signal. Curate your signal is not mine, came from our friend Matthew on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord server years ago, probably 4 years ago now, maybe a little bit more. So that is the message. The message is not cognitive load and how to get around it, cognitive load and how to avoid the pitfalls, right? Although I will go into something like that, right? The message is curate your signal, which requires discernment. I've talked about discernment on a previous live stream. Now, what causes people to try to perfect the world? Cognitive load, your limitation on your cognition. The problem is that your cognitive limits and my cognitive limits are not the same. And I can't tell you how different they are and in what ways they are different. I don't know. I don't have access to that information. You don't have access to that information. No one has access to that information. We can scream about scientific tests and blah, blah. It's all garbage. It's not to say there's nothing there that's useful, but it's all garbage. Science often oversells the value of their tests and measurements because that's what they do. And if they're not super valuable, you won't pay them lots of money to do them. More importantly, you won't care about them and their work. And since they probably are weak and can't do any real work in the world, that's all they got. They should protect it with their lives. I agree. Also, don't fall for their bullshit. It's a problem. Your cognitive load means that you have to simplify the world around you. You have to. You can't understand a significant part of the world ever. You're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. We just don't have the cognitive capacity to understand the things that are around us that predate us. This is not there. No one has that ability. Some people can seem to understand more of it than others, but how much do they understand? Nassim Taleb, great books. Don't read his Twitter. Great books. Wonderful books. Read all his books. They're fantastic. Talks about this, right? So the sophisticated stock market trader who has $10 million and thinks he's doing stock market prediction because he understands the market well enough, eventually, may take 15 years, gets wiped out and loses everything overnight. And it's almost always overnight, and it's almost always completely wiped out. They thought they understood what is a relatively small slice of the world that should be behaving to relatively well known and well understood rules. Nothing in our world is like that, though. And it seems like it follows certain rules for a very, very, very long time in some cases, right? And when you can predict it, you get kind of full of yourself. And then you place bigger and bigger bets. And it's hard not to fall into that, especially if you're on Wall Street. And that's, to some extent what Fooled by Randomness is about, right? How we fool ourselves with random data, usually because we're not looking at enough data, right? But because of this requirement to understand parts of the world, we simplify it so it will fit in our limited cognition. How much I have to simplify something and how much you have to simplify that same thing are different. I don't know how different they are. I don't care. It's not relevant to me or to you, despite what you may think. What's relevant is that you know there's a limitation there and you do things to figure out where it is, and then you avoid hitting the limit. You also know when you're bored, when your brain is not active enough, and you either calm it down through means of anti-anxiety exercises or practices, or by occupying yourself very carefully, curating your signal with something so that your brain is full enough so that you don't project a fantasy into your mind. Because then you have no one else to blame, and that sucks. You always have somebody to blame, like hanging out. I recommend dogs. Dogs are good to blame. They don't care. They still love you and will lick you. It's great. So a lot of times we want everything to come from one place with one sort of set of rules, right? This is what part of what perfecting the world is, right? And interestingly, it's a denial of specialization and expertise in favor of convenience. If you want a convenient world, you can't have specialists around. That's not convenient. If I go to the doctor, I want to go to one doctor and get fixed. I don't want to go to the heart doctor and go to the kidney doctor and go to the damn nutrition doctor and all these other, and I got to go to the general practitioner to set up all these stupid appointments and monitor all the other doctors. That's not very efficient. It's certainly not convenient. So I simplify the world and I go, well, why can't one doctor know all of these different things? And maybe there are a few doctors out there that can, but likely not, right? You want to give more medical care to more people, you're going to need more specialists, not less, in all cases. It's a mathematical certainty. It's also a new way to think about the problem of healthcare in general. You don't want to go to the drugstore, the CVS, the Walgreens, whatever. You want to be able to get that stuff at your grocery store. That's a simplification. Right? Then your brain only has to think about going to one store. You have to think about going to two stores. Now you're going to pay more to buy your stuff in the grocery store that you could buy cheaper at the drugstore, by the way. Not in all cases, but in most cases, that's how it works, right? That floor space is expensive. What about a life coach? I, I don't know how that's going to work. So this person coaches other people about their lives. And I'm not saying that's not useful, right? I'm just saying, like, let's think about this term. Somebody knows enough about my life to coach me on it, and they probably keeping track of their own life and a bunch of other people's lives. That doesn't sound good. On the other hand, having somebody with an exterior perspective to yours is very helpful. If you have to pay for that, you should get a best friend instead. That, my friends, is the intimacy crisis, brought to you by cognitive overload. So it seems like these perfectionists, these people who want to perfect the world, are just suffering from a limit on their cognition that they don't understand. And so they simplify things down. They try to make life easier for themselves. Like, fair enough. We all do it. We all have to do it. It's not an optional thing. You have a cognitive limit. You're going to try to fit the world into it because you can't do anything else. Did you ever ask somebody why they thought something was true that you knew was not true, only to watch them go through in their head and realize they have no idea how they arrived at that information, at that conclusion? They don't know what sources they used. Do you know that's almost everything that you believe you know too? Oops. It's not just them. How do you see the limits of your own personal cognition and other people's? Because the previous example was an example of looking at somebody else's, cognitive limitations. Can you drive and talk? Some people can't. I know people that can't drive and speak to you at the same time. That happens. I know some people that can drive and listen, but not very well. Right? You ever engage in some work and then start to listen to, I don't know, Jordan Peterson, or worse yet, John Vervaeke, and then realize when you were done that you didn't understand any of that? Because if you're going to listen to, like, John Vervaeke's Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, which should be called Awakening to the Meaning Crisis, you need to sit and take notes, kid. Like, I'm sorry, I don't really care who you are. Like, you should take notes for that. That's hard. You think a college course is hard? Go through his lectures. Go through his lectures and find some of the errors. You got to take notes. What kind of books do you read and when? Do you ever notice that your cognitive load changes throughout the day? And it's not just your blood sugar, although that affects it too. What a pain in the teeth. Your brain, rather, as a single organ, uses more energy than any other single organ in your body. How efficiently you process that, and there's lots of theories on what makes that efficient. There's all this stuff about the type of gray matter and blah, on and on. Gee, worthless. Worthless. Can't measure it anyway. Not while you're alive. So if you want to know after the fact, that's great. A lot of science things you can know after the fact, which is not helpful to you in the moment, by the way, in case you hadn't gotten on to the after the fact part of the science. It will change a lot just in the day. You want to call customer service early in the morning or just after lunch. Always. You can't always do that, but if you have a hard thing to deal with, that's what you want to do. You ever see Snickers commercials? Hangry. You need a Snickers bar. Well, I love Snickers bars, by the way. They're great for that. Those are cognitive limits. You get crabby and angry. Why? Because you know unconsciously you can't predict the world very well at the moment because your brain is tired. Yeah, your brain gets tired. You ever feel tired, but you're not sleepy? Huh. You ever outside working or maybe working out at the gym, then you come back and you're like, ugh. And then you don't want to watch anything deep. So you put on some pure entertainment, maybe some comedy. Yeah. Cognitive limit. Why? Because all your energies was used up physically exercising. Your brain's got nothing left. You ever go for a drive, a long drive, and you're bored and you just want to like listen to something and then you're listening to all this music and you're like, this is nice. I like music, but like, and then you put on like a podcast and that stimulates you. Yeah, you had a cognitive gap in there. You needed it filled and too much energy bouncing around. What happens when you have too much energy bouncing around in your head? Well, you'll either project fantasies, and that's okay. Like if you're good with knowing the line between your fantasies and where things that happen to other people too exist, whatever, man. Fantasize away. It's cool. I do it all the time. Um, I'm way over the top, like way. Like, yeah, the fantasy that I run in my head while everything else is going on is just it's awesome. Also crazy. But if you can't, maybe be careful with that. Make sure you fill that with something that is not overloading you, but keeping your brain satisfied so that you're not filling it yourself. You're better off filling yourself with deliberately with something that you can control, right? And if you can't control your fantasies, don't fill it with that until you can, because you can learn to do that. That's why sometimes we like different types of reading. Like I have books that I read that I will retain nothing of. I read them for the purpose of entertainment. And I have things that I read that I need to read because my mind needs to be busy. And typically for me, I get sick, so I can't move around. I can't sit and build things or whatever, right? If I'm really like anxious or whatever, and I don't want to code or can't code or whatever, I'll go outside and like build something or break stuff apart or whatever, right? Like that's a valid way to keep your cognitive load at bay, right? You want to keep everything balanced. And the thing is, there's a fine line between controlled distraction and overload, right? And that's why you need the discernment, right? But you want to balance out your cognitive load. If your brain is bored, you won't absorb information. You'll miss what's going on around you. Happens all the time because you're busy filling the brain with fantasy stuff. If it's too busy, you won't absorb information. Why? My cup runneth over. Oh, I thought this was going to be easy. And that's how things like entertainment, pure entertainment, is useful. Now, you have to be extremely careful with what you're labeling entertainment. I know you saw the Matrix movies. I know you thought it was cool and it was entertaining. It was also putting things in your brain that you don't realize that we're all playing out or LARPing needlessly. Right? But entertainment is useful when it's pure entertainment. It keeps part of your brain occupied so it doesn't override the other part of your brain. It doesn't fill an empty space with a fantasy. And just to muddy the waters more, because look, I'm not here to give you easy answers, right? I'm here to tell you important things. And important things are not always easy. Cognitive load is also like a reservoir. It can be depleted or replenished. So we've got this multi-dimensional thing going on, and I'm going to make it worse, not better, because I'm trying to tell you something important, not something to make you happy or entertained. There's a reservoir that is more closely related to the amount of glucose that is getting through your blood-brain barrier, basically. Although there's other things too. There's all kinds of other things, like can't map the total amount of available energy to how active your brain is. No, you can map how active your brain is to how much energy it looks like you're burning, but that's different. Knowing that you can have a depleted cognition is important because it tells you when to not do important things. First time I ran into this problem, seriously, not that I didn't know about the possibility. The first time was when I kind of realized that I was like really sick in a way that didn't make any sense. I was working on my house and I had a downstairs bathroom that I was redoing so that I could then subsequently rip off the upstairs bathroom and redo it, um, which never happened uh, for various good reasons. And I had a particular piece that needed to be cut at a slight angle to fit in this area. I think it was like 6.5 feet, something like that, if memory serves. But it had to be cut at a slight angle because of the way the house had settled and whatever. Didn't matter. It was up on the ceiling. No one would have noticed. I measured it twice. I cut it, and it was way off. And I went, well, how is that possible? Now, the thing is about me, because I'm dyslexic, and I'm massively dyslexic, I have check systems for everything that I do. Everything. They don't always work. They work a lot of the time, but they don't always work. It's not flawless, not by any means. So I went, what happened? And I double checked everything. And I was able to double check because, again, I have these systems in place that I had, in fact, measured it twice. I had marked off the measures twice. I had made the measures twice. And yet I cut it wrong. Now, I don't know to this day, did I measure it wrong twice or cut it wrong once, not to the line? I can't, there's no way to figure that one out. But it was way off. It was off by half an inch. And I was like, look, I mean, I'm not a finished carpenter, but like half an inch is a lot, like a real lot. So I didn't know what happened. I still don't know what happened. But then I developed more ways to know, hey, is my brain good enough to write code or will I just make it worse? So I developed some strategies for that. I'm not going to go into them here, but they exist and you can develop your own. Like you should develop your own. You should use mine. Like mine are specific to me and I'm me and you're not me and different Muppets, different ways of measurement. So then I know, oh, I can't handle tasks that are this complex. I can only handle them at this complexity level. Okay. It takes a while to learn, right? But look, you don't know who you are. You still got to learn yourself. So that's great news. There's plenty to learn and all of it's you. So that's fantastic. But you can also replenish your cognitive load if you're not ill, like if it's not being caused by like your immune system attacking your body, like it is in my case. Uh, but even then, like you can replenish it. Again, you have a Snickers bar, right? Sometimes that works. It depends what's wrong with it, right? Uh, Oftentimes it's more linked to your hormonal balance, right? And so if your hormonal system's not balanced, this works for men or women. Both sexes have hormones, just in different amounts and different types, right? Uh, when we engage correctly with things that will rebalance our hormones, and again, it varies by sex and by person, uh, that can really help us to regain cognitive footing, right? To replenish our cognitive reservoir. Okay. Now, I know this is complicated. You probably didn't take notes. It's a video. You can go back and watch it again. Uh, Now you regret not taking notes. There are several axes of overload for your cognition. There are quite a few. I'm going to list a few. There's a verbal axis of cognition that can be depleted or overloaded. Right? There's a visual axis. There's an auditory axis. An auditory and verbal overlap. They're not the same thing. Right? There's a sensory, or really several sensory axes that can be overloaded. The reason why this is important is because it's not all about total capacity. Sorry. Hopefully, you're getting an appreciation for how difficult it is for your cognition to operate at all, and the fact that you think is a freaking miracle. It's Miracles for Muppets Day, folks. It's no wonder lots of people are walking around defending positions that make no sense in the world from your perspective. That could be you. That could be them. But in all cases, it's a cognitive issue. Whether it's a cognitive processing issue, it could be, but it's more likely a cognitive load problem. If you suddenly lose a relative, you will almost certainly get cognitively overloaded by your emotional systems. And that will be the end of you for a short time. Most likely, not for everybody. Some of us are stoics. Meh, things happen. Some people are born with this skill. Not me. Probably not you. It's fairly rare, but it does happen. So the problem with having these axes, as well as this reservoir, is that they're all connected. Like cognition is one thing in a sense. And that is scary because what it means is that you can mix things up. You can see something, and if your visual systems are cognitively overloaded, it can come out as a sound. This is a studied phenomena of human experience. I will not say it's rare. I am sure the literature will say it's rare. I don't think it's rare at all. I don't think it generally matters because generally the information, if it spills over, it's fine because it's the same information and it gets properly translated and properly processed as though it were visual information, even though it came in to the auditory system. There's a lot of people like this. A lot of this synesthesia stuff is just can be simulated through cognitive overload. That's why drugs can cause synesthesia, where you feel colors and crazy stuff, or you hear colors or whatever, right? The mixing of the senses. It's all about cognitive load, all right, and cognitive connection and cognitive capacity, right? So let's just go through a few of these axes. I'm not making a claim that I have done an overly excellent job of trying to enumerate all the axes. That's not my goal, right? I'm not trying to give you a way to come up with a procedure or a formula to fix the cognitive load problem. That's the wrong way to think about it. That's the way you're thinking about it. You're an idiot. Don't do that. Just recognize that you have limitations and try to grapple with that fact first. That will help you in life. Fighting against it and trying to defeat it or get around it or get the cheat codes, that is not a good strategy, my friend. That will hurt you for the rest of your life until you stop. In the verbal realm, and a lot of this is going to overlap with what I'm going to talk about with enchantment, because enchantment is wrapped up in cognitive load, but they're not the same thing. Articulation. How words fit together is very, very important. The more smoothly and easily they fit together, the more at ease you feel when listening to the person. This has nothing to do with the tone that they're using. That is a different thing. When you combine the two, however, it's quite powerful. You should be aware of that. That is not necessarily a bad thing. Some people use articulation and monotone speech correctly to make you a better person, to put you at ease. People do it all the time to put people at ease. Nothing wrong with that. They also use it to get you to do things that you would not otherwise do because you would rationalize them first. So articulation overrides your rationality. The use of large words. Now, large words for people with a significant cognitive capacity feel very good because those people typically have forms of anxiety. And when they hear somebody say onomatopoeia, that actually puts them at rest because the anxiety that would normally have filled the space of a smaller word that maybe wasn't out of context will be reduced. And they will be more likely to listen to subsequent words, even if that word doesn't belong there. That's very important to know. Large words can be used the other way to overwhelm people. Well, they're using a large word. I really don't understand what it means. They must be smart because they're still going. They have this confidence about them. Hey, most of their other articulation's great. And listen to that nice, smooth, slow voice. Amazing. Or you can just use a lot of words very fast. And then the faster you talk, again, like so for anxious people, they really love it. They go, oh, yeah, no, I can follow this, right? Ever hear a Spanish speaker, native Spanish speaker speaking English? They talk very, very fast, like 20 to 30% faster than people who were born in the United States or England for that matter. They use lots of words very quickly. And again, for anxious people, very calming, right? They sound like they're anxious sometimes, right? That's interesting. And usually they're not. It's just the speed at which they're used to vomiting out words. Or again, you can use that to overload them and then get overwhelmed. A lot of people read sort of fast talkers as like anxiety inducing, right? Because their cognitive load is much lower, their capacity is much lower. And so they're like, whoa, that person's angry. I got to get out of here or something, right? They're anxious. The other person's not angry, right? And so this is why it's dangerous for you to assume another person's attitude because you don't know, right? You know what you sense, which is fair, but what you sense is not always in the world. Sometimes it's just in you. That's the problem with cognitive capacity, right? Another thing is melodic speech. Obviously, same problems apply, right? And the last one for verbal is monotone entrainment, which, if very carefully used, can lull you into a false sense of quiet, which I can break very easily. You're welcome. I broke you out of my spell. If you weren't falling for it, that's fine too. If it didn't work for you, that doesn't mean it didn't work. That just means it didn't work for you. That's a you problem, not a world problem. I've used that trick many times. It works pretty freaking well. Visual. Beware of flashy things. Flashy things are trying to overload your visual system. They are also very attractive because you're trying to catch them with your eyes. So when you do look at a video with something that moves very fast or a flashing symbol, right? Those things overload you. And when you overload the visual system, you can then insert words into people without them realizing what you're saying. And so that's why you'll often see that overlaid with words, and usually with music, which we'll get into later, right? That is an attempt to communicate information directly into your unconscious mind. And it works. It doesn't work universally in the way that you expect, but it works quite well. Subliminal advertising is real. There's lots of ways to do it, by the way. Quick cuts, which is related but different, right? Where you're changing the scenery significantly, right? So it's high contrast thing, right? Where you're just going from one thing to another quicker than what is expected, right? Now, you can do this relatively, right? So you can start a sequence out with cuts that go very slowly and then speed them up all of a sudden. And that is very jarring to people and can sort of rattle their cognition a bit and again open things up so you can slip them in. You see these tactics used, by the way, in hypnotic style videos, right? Which are trying to hypnotize you. Auto hypnosis in particular, right? They'll use these tactics. It's out there. I don't recommend looking for it because, like, why do you want to be deliberately enchanted by these things? But maybe you want to stop smoking, and they have a stop smoking one. I don't know if they do or not, but maybe that's okay. Also, are you sure that's the only message in the video? I wouldn't take a chance on the internet. Stark contrast. So, a lot of people will invert things, right? They'll layer pictures and videos. And this is a lot of how memes work, actually, is contrast. So you have a picture and then you have words. The picture or pictures, usually it's a half picture, right? Side by side or up, down, or maybe three panes, whatever. That picture will convey a certain set of messages. And then the words on top will convey usually a slightly conflicting set of messages, sometimes a clarifying set of messages, right? So sometimes it's a positive overlap where it strengthens the signal. Sometimes it reduces the signal. Usually when it's conflicting, it's funnier. Usually, not always, right? So that's like contrast. You can also just do light to dark contrast. Like that also, again, it catches the eye, right? High contrast things are attractive because they have an order, a shape, a structure. That means they're intelligible. You're a cognitive creature. You have intelligence. They seem to exhibit some aspect of an intelligence, if not direct intelligence, because maybe they're not a human. Maybe they're a drawing by a human, though, which means they're exhibiting the aspect of the intelligence of the human that drew them. So, stark contrast. Odd movement. You have to pay attention to odd movement because it could be dangerous. That will take up way more cognition in you than you realize. And it works completely unconsciously. Completely. This is why there aren't more car accidents on the road. If you go on the road, like go to an intersection and just watch where people are looking as they're driving through the intersection and realize where they're all looking and then try to do the statistical calculation on the number of accidents that would happen if people couldn't see each other based on where they were looking. Okay. You're going to come up with like one accident every 10 minutes or something insane because people often don't appear to be paying conscious, rational attention to where they're driving most of the time. You know this if you drive. You've driven places and gone, I don't remember driving here. Yeah, that's because your unconscious took care of it, bro. Be grateful. Also, your unconscious can betray you. Pluses and minuses. Also, you have one. So you better learn to deal with this. You have to pay attention to odd movement, and you will unconsciously, and that will take up cognition. And so if something's moving in the background in an odd way in particular, you need to remove it in order to think better. Yeah, that happens. Smooth movement. Ah, why? Well, with a smooth moving object, you try to predict it. Prediction is expensive. Paying attention might be also expensive, might be more, might be less, sort of depends on the person, right? But smooth movement is like, it also lulls you into a false sense of security because you can watch it and predict it and you feel comfortable about it. Maybe you're not looking at it anymore, right? There's certain creatures that do this as a strategy, right? They just kind of glide past you and it looks like they're out of range. And then they turn around and whack. This is a strategy animals use to catch prey. Smooth movement. Not any better than odd movement, but different and cognitively different to your brain. Auditory axis. Rhythm. People use rhythm quite a lot to get their point across. It might be rap and it might be poetry. It doesn't matter. Obviously, all of these things can also be combined, in case that wasn't clearer earlier. Backgrounding sounds or music. Background sounds, background music, well known in the movie industry. Tons of stuff out there on this, right? Just go out on YouTube and say, what would this scene look like without sound, right? Or what would this scene look like without sound, but with background music, or vice versa? It's amazing. It's like, wow. Watching movies can be exhausting. A lot of the background sounds in music can conflict with the story being told. It's one way to infect your brain with bad ideas that may or may not be happening in your favorite movies. A movie like The Matrix may or may not use this and many other tricks to fool you into thinking the story is completely different from what the story actually is. I know. I have to get with Jesse. We have to do that. It's just a hell of a lot of work. I got to get on the other side of next week. Tempo. Obviously, tempo. Right. Harmony. Obviously. Right. All of these things come together auditorily. They take up some of your cognition. They direct some of your attention and cognition. They activate your emotions. That can take up more cognition, or it can implant or impress in your cognition whatever is going on in another realm, like visually. Don't try to control this. Try to control you. Curate your signal. Then you don't have to worry about this stuff quite so much. I'm actually really careful about which movies I watch and when and why. Always have an aim going into things, right? This helps with your cognitive filters so that your cognitive load isn't so bad. I'll get more into cognitive filters coming up here. Sensory. So the problem with your senses is that your senses are not entirely under your control. Duh, Mark, the wind blows against. Also, I can make you feel stuff by telling you about it through propositions, especially if I also use other forms of enchantment at the same time for your own good, to make you feel better, like a cool breeze on a sunny day when it's just a little warm out and the breeze feels so nice. You can leverage someone's cognition against their own interests through words, because there is a sense which is your rationality, or so you think. If rationality isn't all post hoc, which I'm leaning towards it being. I'm not going to die on that hill, but also certainly seems that way to me. Rationality indeed. Are you really a rational creature? When a good looking person comes up to you and asks for help, as opposed to the homeless old hag who doesn't look so good, might be coughing a little. Hypnosis is real. Though it doesn't universally work on everyone the same way, but everyone is subject to forms of hypnosis. Some people, it doesn't really work very well. Like the more confident you are, the less prone you are to hypnosis, right? The good news is those people can usually open up to hypnosis and get something out of it if it's required. Someday I'll do a thing on sort of the uses of hypnosis. One little trick, I think I've mentioned it before, is just as you're falling asleep, give yourself one aim for the next day, right? Like you're in bed, your eyes are closed, sort of nodding off, right? I'm going to remember to put this thing away in my bag tomorrow. And then if you fall asleep, the odds you'll remember it the next day, pretty damn good. All right. They just go up. That's a form of auto hypnosis, ultimately. So that's important to know. Hypnosis is not all bad, but also curate your signal. Be careful with everything. So the real question is, well, no, before I get to that, let me go back. So your sensory perception, right? You should be aware of what's going on around you, right? Not only so you don't hurt yourself physically, because you can, right? You can trip and fall on the rocks pretty easily, actually. Being aware of what's happening around you. Oh, something's crawling on my skin. Like that's good. It's cognitively expensive sometimes, but also really important, right? Because then you can protect yourself against the outside world. It's not so scary anymore. And I think with the intimacy crisis and the fake news virus scam, we have lost the skill of paying attention to the things outside of ourselves so we know the boundary of where we end and other things begin. I've talked about this in a previous live stream. Your senses are there to help you maintain a good, healthy, intimate relationship with reality. Partial definition of reality is that which objects, that's where objective comes from, but you'll notice the use is a little bit different, to your subjective, because you are a subject of the things outside of you, at least to some extent, experience. Some things object to your subjective experience. Those things are typically outside of you. In your head, there's no conflict. It's happiness and talking unicorns and rainbows. I know. I've been in my head. That's exactly what it is every single time. You need to know what your senses are telling you and why. Oh, my senses are telling me my skin is too warm. I might be near getting a sunburn. I need to put the top up of my convertible. I'd rather get skin cancer, so I leave the top down. Just let you know. Um, but yeah, I often my body tells me like, dude, you're gonna burn your head and whatever. And I go, I don't care. Go away. Make it work. But it's good to know, right? And it's good to know what you're overriding. Oh, I felt that and I ignored it. Maybe next time I won't. This goes for all your senses, and obviously there's too many senses. There's too many examples, right? I'm not here to dig into this in detail in that way. I'm just going to point your attention at it and say, hey, that's something you pay attention to your senses and figure out when they're internal and external. One of the things I can do that most people can't do is if something's itchy, I can ignore it. Uh, when I'm doing that, I'm typically a little pissed off, by the way. So if I'm pissed off, that might be it. Could be a dozen other things, but sometimes I'm just really itchy. And especially with immune system disease, like that happens to me a lot. And then it's like, oh, this is annoying. Can't scratch. Scratching bad, right? You can do it though. Like you can train yourself to do that. And it is training and it is hard work and you won't get it right the first few times, but you can do it. So how do we limit our cognitive load? What do we do? How do we manage it? What do we do about it? What is the main mechanism that we use for the management of our cognitive function? It's attention, right? And that leads us to what mechanisms can we employ to help us manage our cognition, our cognitive process, our cognitive load? What do we do about the problem of attention, which is also John Vervaeke's relevance realization, or at least highly correlated. Curate your signal. Pay attention to what your body is telling you and to what your brain seems to be telling you, and reconcile the two if they're not in alignment. Children have a hard time with this. That's why their parents need to say, "Come in now. Don't stay in the sun all day." And they have to impinge upon the child because the child is not yet capable of paying attention to themselves typically, and they will stay out all day until they're sore. Or maybe non-children do that too. That happens. Sometimes we get comfortable. We're on the beach, and then we're sunburned on the back of our legs for like a week. Not great. I regret nothing. We need to train our attention. Did paying attention to this thing work out well for us? Or were you paying attention to the wrong thing? Because sometimes you pay attention to the wrong thing. And knowing that your attention isn't perfect is good. And obviously, your attention is also mediated by the thing it mediates. That's a reciprocal relationship for sure, which is your cognition. Your cognition is low, you can't spare the attention. Trying to do the dishes and listen to Jordan Peterson at the same time, getting angry, not doing the dishes well, you have to pay attention. Oh, maybe I need to shut off the damn podcast. Maybe. So, what other mechanisms can we employ? Well, don't get yourself exhausted. Now, it used to be, not terribly long ago either, but it used to be that basically, if you got in my car, you would hear Metallica or Tool or, whatever ridiculous high speed, heavy metal, high quality heavy metal band, right? And that would just be going all the time in my house, in my car, wherever I was, because I just had cognitive cycles to spare. And I had meditation techniques where I would test everything and say, all right, can I listen to this and not physically react? Can I mediate my heart rate while I'm listening to the thump, thump, thump music? Right? I did all this very deliberately. Right? It was very intentional. I knew what the hell I was doing. I trained myself when I was like 17 or something. Started training at 15 for a lot of this stuff. And that wasn't a problem for me. But at some point it became a problem for me as my illness got worse. Now I don't listen to music very often. Uh, I do listen to it in the car typically. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I go on, 3-hour drives without any music at all. I'm just paying attention to the drive. Right? You do that to help understand the limits of your cognitive load, refill your reservoir, understand where you are in the world, get connected to your senses, right? All of this is training yourself to be more able and more capable when you need it. It's not for the moment. We're not living in the moment. It's not this mindfulness here and now BS, which is BS, by the way. It's preparation for a flood. It's preparation for a comet hitting the earth. It's preparation for the time when you need more strength, when you need more clarity, because strength without clarity is dangerous. Clarity without strength can be useful under certain circumstances, but like not ideal. You kind of want both clarity and strength. Strength of attention, strength of cognition, strength of your body. Believe me, till you don't have strength of your body, seems kind of trivial, but no, it's not. What about some things to reduce our cognitive load? Well, look, things that involve your muscle memory reduce your cognitive load. Oh, I need to get some work done, but it's too much right now. But I also need to listen to this new video that came out. Maybe I'll do the dishes and listen to the video. Now, often, not always, often, doing the dishes will help you absorb something like Jordan Peterson better, not John Vervaeke. That ain't gonna happen. Not for most people. Maybe they're outliers. Probably not though. Probably not you. Almost certainly not you. Don't get all high and mighty on your Muppet self now. Mid-level cognitive tasks partnered with muscle memory procedural tasks, very good, very strengthening for you. You'll have better retention on average. Most people will. Not everybody. Some people, nope. It's focus all the way for them. That's kind of rare, but it happens. It might be you. You might be one of those outliers on the bottom side. Yeah, that's way more likely than you're an outlier on the top side, by the way, because there's more bottom outliers. Just the way the world is. Asymmetrical. Most of us suck. Sorry. Just how it is. Ritual. Ritual reduces cognitive load. All right. So learn a ritual. Do the ritual. It's going to put your brain in a place where it knows what's going on. When I was taking martial arts, they made us do forms all the freaking time. So many forms. Why do I have to learn all these forms? Very good for you. In the beginning, you focus on the forms, what the actual procedures are, where you're imagining your attackers and your blocks and your attacks and everything, right? This guy's here, that guy comes in there, you pivot at this point, right? All of your timing, right? First, you just do the procedures. Then you just focus on the timing. Once you have the procedures down, it's layered, right? And then, every time, usually twice a week or whatever for the courses that I had, right? Oh, it's time to do, kata one. Oh, okay, we'll do that, right? Like, oh, we always do kata one on Thursdays and Tuesdays, always, right? Like that sort of ritual, right? That's a very contrived ritual. I understand. It's also real. I'm not giving you a fake example. I'm giving you an example that happened to many, many people because I was in a big class, big group. The group classes were like that, right? There's obviously lots of other rituals, right? That also, once you are in that ritual, provides you rest, right? There's restore your cognitive capacity. Procedures. Having procedures for things. I get up, I roll out of bed, I grab my phone, I go into the other room, I make my coffee. I don't drink coffee. Whatever, right? I do all these things. I clean up these things from the night before. I go get my clothes. I hop in the shower, right? Having that proceduralized, super important. Super important. Rituals and procedures allow your brain to function within these little tracks so that when you don't have to, you have the capacity available. Reducing your cognitive capacity at night and in the morning helps you sleep better. You know why you can't sleep? Because you don't wake up and start doing the same things all the time, and you don't have a set of procedures that precede your bedtime. These should be hour-long blocks, by the way. They can be simple. It can be like wake up in the morning, kneel by the bed, pray for half an hour. That's better than nothing. I'll take it, right? Or meditate for half an hour. I don't care. It doesn't matter, right? Or jump out of bed like I used to, right? Uh, Go grab all the clothes that you think you're going to wear for the day, right? We usually I'd half lay them out before, right? Go and start your breakfast, right? Uh, go through your email, right? While you cook your breakfast, because you're a psychopath, at least in my case. Do 3 other things at once because you can. Not recommended, but like procedure better, right? Keep yourself nice and busy because you're like mornings not anymore. Mornings used to be my busy time. Like, man, I got more work done before 8 a.m. than most people get done in a week. No exaggeration. Every 8 a.m. I was an insanely efficient creature, just ridiculous. This is insane. Even just thinking back on it, I'm like, I don't know how I did that, but it's amazing that I could. I just get so much work done. My timing in the morning used to be so crisp. It was unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Having a procedure makes that work. Another thing to help with your cognition are goals. You have a goal for the day. You remind yourself of it before you go to bed. You get up in the morning. You review your damn goal at some point. Hopefully while you're doing 6 other things, unless you're not a psychopath like me, in which case it's fine. You have to do 6 other things. You review your goal. Maybe you wrote it down on a whiteboard. Maybe you have a piece of paper by the side of your bed. Do a goal on it for the next day or a set of goals. Doesn't matter. Right? It gives you something to aim at. Hopefully you have procedures in place for getting you at least part way to that goal, no matter what it is. And you could say, Mark, that's impossible. No, not really. A lot of things lead to a bunch of options and give you optionality, even though they themselves are tyrannies. They're procedures that you go through every freaking day. Oh my goodness, they're so binding. And then can't have fun on the weekends because I got to get up at the same time. And wait a minute. Then during the day, I have all these options because I have all this energy. I have all this time. I can think better. It's not so bad to be tyrannized by your own procedures when they allow you to meet a bunch of goals. The other thing that reduces your cognitive load is to not get obsessed with freaking knowledge. We live in the age of gnosis. This pisses me off. Let me be clear about this. I'm pissed off about the age of gnosis. I'm pissed off that I was fooled into that bullshit because it's bullshit. You don't need to know most things. Nobody before you ever knew a significant number of things, ever. And they all did just fine enough to build you the world you inhabit. Knowledge is a psyop. You can just submit to something higher, like the fact that your goddamn heating and air conditioning works, although mine's broken. It works well enough. I'm not complaining, but it's also broken. It's not a bad thing. Could I learn everything to learn HVAC? Oh, undoubtedly. It's not that difficult. I know all the core stuff behind it. Like I even know the core chemistry behind cooling. Like that's which put a heat pump in reverse, right? Like magic. I have a heat pump too, by the way. Live down south. Why? Why would I want to learn that? I don't have the tools. I could borrow them. Never going to use them. I'm not an HVAC technician. It's not what I've chosen to do. So I just submit to, what's wrong with my heating and cooling? I'm going to call somebody and let them deal with it. They can figure it out, not me. If I figure it out and I'm wrong, it's my fault. I like having other people to blame. That's way more fun. You should try it. I tell people all the time, don't blame me. I'm not going to change. Pointless. That's a joke, in case that wasn't clear. So look, this segues us into the thing I've hinted at a couple of times, which is, how do we restore and expand our cognitive reservoir, right? We've got a reservoir of cognition. We've got some limits on our total cognition. We've got all these ways in which our cognition works, and then there's procedures of cognition. Maybe I'll talk about that some other time. You can leave comments if that's what you want to know about. And maybe I can pull that together at some point. No promises, but I'm always open to live stream suggestions. This was a suggestion, by the way. So, it works. It works. It's real. So look, maybe you can't expand your cognitive reservoir. Maybe you can't expand your cognitive limits at all. I don't know, because I don't know you, dude. I have no idea who you are. You're just a Muppet like me. I don't know. I don't even care. Or maybe you can expand it, but there's a limit and you don't know what it is, because you don't. It's true enough, right? But I think ultimately that the contrast of heavy loading, right, not overloading, right, and then rest is the key to expanding your cognition, right? And so, think closely to the move here. I'll ignore the idea of expansion entirely and just focus on rest, because I think the two are related. And I don't think you should worry about expansion, because if you put your attention on that, you will ignore the more important piece, which is working with what you have that you know works now, which is rest for your cognition. It probably serves both purposes. Ignore the expansion. It will help you in your life. I assure you of this. What can we do to rest, to restore our cognitive reservoir, to enhance our cognition and make it ready for when we need it? Give us the contrast to see its limits so that we know when we've hit them or when we're near them, better yet, so that we can avoid getting overloaded. Go outside. Sit quietly in nature. Go for a walk in the woods, on the plains, in the desert. I don't care. Go for a swim in the ocean. It's always good too. Or in the lake. Train your awareness. I know I talked about attention earlier. I'm going to talk about awareness now. It's like mindfulness. It's like pay attention to the here and the now, but it's not. Mindfulness is more of an issue. Best way I've found to train your awareness is with a deliberate practice of savoring that which is around you. I got a lot of this from John Vervaeke. I had it before that, and I had lost it, and it was revivified in me as a result of his work, particularly his meditation series and his Cultivating Wisdom series, both of which are excellent. You can ignore the meaning crisis stuff entirely. It's all awakening to. And if you want awakening from, the meditation series, the full set, please. It's way better than just the lessons. Pay things better, for one thing. Daily practice, pretty good. Try to do it in a group, with a group. Much better for you. Savoring practice. What's around me? I'm walking through the woods. What do I see? What do I feel? What do I hear? Not all at once. One at a time, please. You're not in a hurry. Just chill out. You don't need any music. You don't need podcasts. You can get overwhelmed in nature, so you need to learn not to. Savor your connection with the things around you in nature. Wow, what's that smell? Wow, how bright is the sky? Look at the contrast of those branches. Look at how those trees form something together. There's a soft spot underneath my foot. Savor those experiences. Dig into them a little bit. Not too much. Don't get lost in them, but dig into them. Another tactic is quiet time indoors with minimal distractions for at least 10 minutes. Like you need at least a 10-minute stretch where maybe you're not going to hear anything except what is unavoidable, right? Which is fine. I mean, that's way better than TV's on and you hear it in the background and there's kids screaming and, your stupid the cell phone's going off and the video's playing in the background. And just take 10 minutes, hopefully twice a day, maybe more than 10 minutes. Right? Assume that you have limits and that you can notice them and then explore them. What are my cognitive limits? Review your day. Did I get overloaded? Did I just get overwhelmed? What did I miss? There are no days when you won't miss something. It's an endless source of learning, exploration, understanding yourself, improvement, self-improvement. There's no such thing as self-transformation, but there sure as hell is self-improvement. Just takes a lot of work. Make sure that you balance off your physical labor with your mental rest. I was outside with the chainsaw, cutting wood, moving it around. Most of chainsaw work is cut, stop, move, cut for safety, right? You don't want a bunch of debris in your way. Sometimes you can avoid it, not often. Usually you have to cut, move, cut, over and over again. Then you come in and watch a freaking cartoon, man. Yeah, that's what you do. Your physical body needs rest. You probably don't have a lot of energy left. So you don't want to read a summary of Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson. No. You want to chill your brain a bit. That will help your cognitive load. That will help your reservoir to refill. That will help you understand your limits. And just paying attention to the fact that you have this kind of a limit will assist you every day. All right. I'm going to go through comments. I have no idea how helpful this was, but if my comments don't tell me, then a curse on all your houses. Kessel Adams is here. OG Mike, what did I stumble into? Yeah, we've never talked. Okay. Avast. RJ. Thank you, RJ. Good to see you. I think you're overloading my cognition, as I do. Yes. Well, that's not my fault. Branchian space computation collapse brings us into the sacred space of the present, or so I project. Yeah, I don't even know what that means, so I think you're probably projecting. That's fine. You're allowed to project. Whoops. Already said that one. OG Mike. Why am I getting this a million times? There we go. Hello, Ron. Hey. Iowana. Synesthesia. Yes, Iowana. It's good to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining the live stream. Talking about last night all day, by the way. So much happened last night. He said monotone, but I heard lefty speech. Ouch, Sally. That is not a lefty tactic exclusively. I wish that things were easy and the bad guys always do this, but that isn't the way it is. Sanjaro, DeGrasse Tyson. Oh, don't get me started. You know what, though? That would be a good one to use for enchantment. Maybe I'll, that's actually kind of a good suggestion in a way. By the way, I miss you, dude. I wish you'd come back to my Discord. Sally Joe, or specifically Sam Harris speech. Yeah. You don't want me to do that again, do you, Sally? Every time I do it, everyone screams at me. Literally. They're all like, oh my God, Mike, stop. I'm like, okay, I won't do the Sam Harris trick. I promise. Oh yeah, DT. Yeah. Yeah, Sandra. I was gonna say Sam Harris. Yeah, I bet you were. Uh, Similar tricks. Now, Ben Shapiro's speech, the other end. Yeah, Ben Shapiro talks very fast, right? And very articulately. Like he really puts his words together well because he's a good writer. And that's kind of the, like if you want to speak better, write. That's the way to do that. Sanjuro, Obama was a pro at this. You mean Barack the Satan Obama? That is the official name. He really was. And people would often not hear the words he used, but he was very often honest about his bad behavior. And it's weird, right? Like he went through this whole thing where I think it was Congressman Wilson said liar at one of his speeches, and he was correct. Like that was a lie. Obama didn't necessarily know it was a lie at the time, although I got my doubts. But he apologized and said, "No, you're right, dude. You caught me. Absolutely, I made a mistake." And he apologized to Wilson, and no one heard it. And no one heard it. I was like, "What is going on?" I kept trying to explain it to people, and they were like, "No, he didn't. He didn't apologize. Wilson was wrong. Obama never lied." And I was like, "No, he did. Here's the point that he lied, and he admitted it. Like, I don't like the guy admitted it. Like, give him some credit." No, that never happened. I'm like, his smooth voice really fooled people that much. That's amazing. Doesn't most of that doesn't work on me. I'm not immune to it. I'm not claiming immunity, but like for the most part, it just doesn't. I just have a high cognitive capacity, I guess. I don't know. Sally Joe, I'm going to steal one of those purple talking unicorns. Sally, my purple talking unicorn has been trying to talk to you for years, and you never respond. You're so rude. Yeah, all of you, none of you ever talked to my purple talking unicorn. He's getting kind of pissed. I don't know what's going to happen. I will not be held responsible for the actions of the purple talking unicorn that you all are rude to. Okay? Okay? Are we clear now? Not my fault. Sandra, cognitive load measured by units of unicorns. Yes, sir. We'll get right on that. I have invented measures in the past. So I have a measure. I think I've mentioned this before. I have a measure for computer speed, which is called BLOIPs. I'm sure nobody watching will know the history behind this. BLOIPs are billions of logical instructional operations per second. BLOIPs. All right. And can I make a BLOIP? Let me see if I can do BLOIP. I don't know if you could hear that, but those are BLOIPs. That's the BLOIP sound. And then based on the BLOIP sound, of course, I reverse engineered how to make it into a measure of computational speed. Very silly. Also extraordinarily fun. Castle, this is your live stream, sir. So I hope you're enjoying it. Don't be obsessed with knowledge. Yes. Now I'm on a need to know basis. Oh, dude. I hope you understand just how funny that is. All the GNUs with Gary GNU and the Great Space Coaster. Yes, GNUs, because it's knowledge and GNOing. Iowa in the swamp. Oh man, and that last night was amazing. So much went on. Like, hey, I didn't bring up this topic, but I happen to be, knowledgeable about it. Look, I'm gonna open it up. I am sure that Castle is gonna want to join and show me all the things that I didn't mention or didn't answer that that he needs to know and that you probably all need to know. So I'm gonna paste the invite. Feel free to jump in, and if you're willing to come on camera and stuff, then yeah, I want to keep this like less personal and more like about abstraction. Personal stories that sort of relate to the task at hand or whatever are fine, but I don't want to get into these sort of abstract like the ancient aliens are hunting me down thing because that's not helpful. And of course, I reserve the right to put you off the stage or on down into the lobby if you start going off on craziness. So let's try to keep it, less crazy and out of the sort of interpersonal stuff about my life and more into the helping others and maybe relating my life to other people's experience or my experience to other folks. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the dread pirate Adams. Goodness, sir. I
Good
love
to
it.
see.
It
Do
is.
you see the hat crabs?
I am thrilled. I love the crabs. The crabs are great. This is fantastic. You've got top notch here. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I feel upstaged, but that's okay.
Oh no. Well, I'm not going to be back on a Friday again for a very long time, probably. So I had to do as much as I could. Make enough
Fair,
stuff.
fair.
So,
yeah. Great. No, it's good to have you. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. I'm doing pretty well, I would say. Having a topical week, I think. I also have 16 pages of notes from that monologue, so we don't have to go through all of it. But I made sure to make notes throughout the entire thing, just kind of things that stuck out. But yeah, I mean, honestly, really good week. Just caught up before I kind of get onto today's topic. I just caught up with your video with Jess that you did this week. Super good. Just caught up with that a few hours ago, and kind of piecemealed it over the course of the last couple of days and everything. And easily my favorite commentary on Job. Also, the only one that I've actually encountered that was actually pretty comprehensive. You wouldn't believe it, but I was probably wasn't until like a year ago when I actually started reading the Bible myself that I found out that Job didn't die at the end of that story. For some reason, people always left that out. Like, the book of Job is what your Plato's Republic is to me. There was so much stuff that like people would mention that book, and they tended to leave out they were just like, oh yeah, he had a horrible life, and he lost everything. Anyway, let that be a lesson to you. It's just like, you never mentioned that he survived and that things turned out okay. That might have been useful for a couple of decades there, but
yeah. Well, Jess is an expert. He's got well over 100 hours of content just on that on other channels and stuff. And,
oh, nice.
Oh yeah, no, he's really. Also, I wonder if by chance, by pure random coincidence, all those people were Protestants, because it seems like Protestants really struggle with the Book of Job for what I would call very obvious reasons. But if it's not obvious to you, that's fine, or to you, the audience, but also to you personally. Like I can totally understand why it wouldn't be clear. But it is kind of the most important issue, which is, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I being punished?
Right.
And it's not clear from, we'll say, any layman, which is basically any human, interpreting the Bible by themselves, why that would be true. Which is why you kind of need the other people, right? Distributed cognition through time, traditions,
right,
symbols, and other things to kind of help you understand something that I would say is pretty obvious, but obviously people struggle with this. The Book of Job is a big deal, right? So it kind of helps to have a tradition to contextualize it. But yeah, Jess is so good. Also, I'm probably gonna do a Q&A live stream with him coming up. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cater it to his schedule. So it's probably gonna be like Tuesday or something in the afternoon.
Nice.
But yeah, that's sort of the plan.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to it for sure. So that'll be exciting, because there's so much stuff in there, and that's just one of those things where it's like, man, I benefited so much by listening and reading commentaries of some of the other books, and even like non-biblical sources and stuff. It's just really nice to kind of get that, and that's why I love the book clubs and stuff and everything. But yeah, that type of thing, it's like, oh my gosh, if only someone could have just mentioned maybe, like, I don't know, the most important part of the book at some point, that would have been really helpful. But also, and I don't want to like cast blame, but maybe going to Catholic school where they don't require the teachers to be Catholic is there are consequences, but
Might
you know,
be.
it is what it is. So, but anyway, that was something that like a year ago when I read that was like, oh, that blows my mind, you know. And then I was like, oh, here they are talking about it, which I didn't expect. And you know, I was actually on the train back to Pennsylvania from Stockbridge, Massachusetts. I went, or sorry, it wasn't a train; it was a bus. But I went there, a nice little thing, have kind of a brief vacation this week, so that was really nice. I would probably, I don't want to derail the whole conversation, but I had a wonderful time visiting over there. Such a clean city. So,
Stockbridge is beautiful. What,
oh yeah.
what were you doing in Stockbridge? I've been there a few times. Yeah.
Well, I was visiting that with the National Shrine of the Divine Mercy up in Stockbridge. Beautiful campus that they have over there. I took so many photos. It's absolutely like the woodwork and the stonework and everything. You complain about like even in the video with Jess, you know, there's so many of these buildings that it's like they look like office buildings. It's all brick and everything. Not the case over at that place. Inside and out, absolutely insane. Unbelievably warm out there too. But it was brutal to walk around, but it was such a nice experience. So that was really good. It was a good opportunity to reduce my cognitive load. You know, bus ride 4 hours to Stockbridge, no music, at least the first half, you know, or anything like that. Just kind of soaked it in, and so that was
Great.
a nice, pleasant thing. And then just soaked in the experience after all of that and stuff. And it was part of a community as well. I didn't really know most of the people there, but it was a really nice experience. So I would totally do it again.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right up the cognitive load alley. But
Yeah,
look, I mean, if you've got notes, we'll go through all of them if you want, or we'll die
for sure.
trying. That's fine. We're
Yeah.
pirates, man. We just dive in.
Sounds good. All right. Well, of course, I took them in order from the monologues, so I guess we'll just kind of run through there and then just kind of riff on it as we go. So, but yeah, so I have here that cognitive load makes for easy manipulation, and that devices can easily overwhelm you. And I think that's, you know, we were just kind of talking about that with music, and you talked about that much later about, you know, how you would listen to a lot of heavy metal and stuff. And that's something that I would often do is, you know, anything from like heavy metal to you get like gangster rap, or you get whatever sort of like really aggressive music that you would play. And it's just like, oh yeah, because I can, you know, and it's fun, you know, it's like, why not? But eventually you kind of get this thing of like, oh, I start to notice, and I think you know, within the tradition they kind of call it like custody of the senses, is this sort of thing like, oh, I'm intaking, and I guess that would be another term, a term I would be more familiar with for curating your signal.
Yep.
That this sort of thing of like the stuff that's coming into you, you really have to pay attention to what underlying signals are coming in, because you might think, oh yeah, you know, I'm doing great, you know, like I'll be working from home, it's a dispatch situation, might answer some phone calls, do some management, a lot of stuff is, you know, on like ticketing systems and stuff like that, and you might be listening to this type of music and then find yourself like, oh gosh, my coworker said something really dumb, and for some reason I'm like, that really set me off. And otherwise, if I wasn't listening to music at all, then I wouldn't have been set off at all. I was, you know, people say dumb things sometimes, and oh, whatever, you know, I still don't mind the guy or something. But you know, it's like listening to that type of music, and then you hear or read a dumb comment from somebody, and it's like, I just want to destroy that person. That type of stuff happens often, and that was one of the reasons why I started, like about 6 months ago, really curating my music and then all other media. Because I realized like, oh, this stuff is really impacting everything I'm doing and changing my attitude. And even when I don't react, like I don't raise my voice at people or snap at people or anything like that, but I find myself like, man, really kind of, I'm getting close sometimes when I reach that point. And and I think that really ties into also, you had talked about the different axes.
Yeah, well, hold on. I want to comment right there for a sec.
Sure.
So I want to point out, like, at one point, so one of the things, like, I didn't only listen to heavy metal music. There's lots of music that sometimes I listen to pop. Like I'll put on some Tay. I'll listen to Taylor Swift. The old Taylor Swift stuff, not the newer stuff. It's not great, but I you know, I'll do that. But like one of the things I used to do, and I mean, I'm sure you're way more steeped in the internet culture, in this particular internet culture thing than I am. But remember the whole Darude Sandstorm thing?
Yeah.
where he was playing League of Legends and he did this to pump himself up, and he's listening to Root
Yeah.
Sandstorm. Like I didn't know about that when it happened. Like I was not a gamer, right? In League of Legends, whatever. Found out about it years later. But like when Darude Sandstorm came out, I was all over that. That was like I got a problem, like a real problem that actually needs to be solved. And I'm like, well, we could, you know, freaking anima our way through this. We'll just put on Tool anima and just, you know, but like sometimes no dog, it's Darude Sandstorm time. Let's knock this out right now. You know, and I'd just be like, right, and I fix that problem, right? But what happened a few times, and this happens with my Tool and Metallica too, but like I just stop working and I get lost in the music, and then like time would slip by and I'd be like, wait a minute, what just happened? This was supposed to help me to focus and motivate, and it's not. It's now taking away from the task. I was like, oh, isn't that interesting? We got to watch out for that problem, you know? And because often, you know, our brains are tricksy little puppies. Our unconscious is just, you know, it's got its own agenda sometimes, folks. And it'll just be like, hey, no, you listen to this music, it'll help you. And the unconscious knows, like, you're gonna get distracted. Hey, that's what I want. I don't want you to work on this, and you won't work on it. And you think like you're setting yourself up because it's worked before.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to
kind of
contrast that. Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, you know, I did this and I, you know, completely cleaned up the entire living room and like a couple of other rooms and stuff. And I did that because I was listening to Hall & Oates and doing all this other stuff and jammed it out. And then it's just like, oh, I'll be that productive while I'm working. And I know that there's not going to be any phone calls or whatever. So I'm just going to do that. And it's just like, oh, I looked away for one song long and I just looked back and there's a ton of stuff waiting for me. It's like, that's a liability right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you want to hear some of this difference in terms of axes, auditory axes, especially in music, I'm sure you're familiar with The Sounds of Silence, that song.
I think
right?
so.
The Sound of Silence, Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to that one, and then listen to the remake by Disturbed, and you tell me what the difference is, right? Because when you listen to the original 70s version, because it's 70s music, and there was a vibe and a sound going on at the time, it's very hard to catch that this is a very depressing song. The lyrics are extremely depressing. And then you listen to, I think Draiman actually sings this one. Disturbed goes through different singers, I think, right? But I think Dave Draiman sang it. But like when you hear that version, you're like, oh my goodness, what a difference it makes when you have the lower bass tones accenting the lyrics. Because the whole song's different then. It's like, whoa. It's the same song. Like almost all the elements are the same, right? All this changes. The tone is darker. The auditory tone. That's the lyrics didn't change. Right? And it's like, wow. Right? Because there's something about your cognition. Like if you snuck that in on happy sounding 70s hippies music, those lyrics, you didn't realize fully the extent. Maybe you heard that it was a depressing song, right? But you didn't realize the extent to how depressing that song was. Like how, right. And what does that do to you? Like, I don't know. Like maybe you're fine. Like maybe it had no effect on you. I don't know, man. I don't know you that well. Right. Like that, the audience in general, I don't know. But like, you don't know either. Probably you should be careful with that. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight that because it's one of my favorite, because like, I don't know of a better example of how much the music and the lyrics, like matching them up, makes a big difference to how the flavor of the song, the impact, the experience of the actual song. So that's just one way you can sort of understand sort of what I'm talking about with axes a little bit better. But please go on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I noted that here for kind of later in the week, so I'll listen to the difference with that and then comment later. But yeah, it's wild how you can just change a handful of factors and just get a wildly different result. And that's something that I've started, this kind of fact of the different axes is something that I have been kind of like in the background, in a sort of sense, starting to become more aware of. And I was really glad for this stream that it's just kind of like so obviously apparent, saved me a lot of time ruminating. And of course, it's still going to kind of earn that wisdom, but the just being able to kind of take a few additional steps all at once was really nice. Because I realized like I will often get super overloaded on one axis and not on any of the other ones. And I'll think, oh, I'm doing fine. Because, okay, yeah, I'm a little worn out in this one area, but everything else is going okay. And then you just get taken to the woodshed, when you least expect it. It's just like, oh, yeah, like one thing happens and then just shatter into a million pieces. And it's just like, yeah, that's not good. I thought it was doing well. Like, I thought it was at 75%, but no. And let me see here.
Hold on a sec. I got a comment. Ixnam. Also, compare the ending song in Donnie Darko to the original version. Boy, it's been a long time. What? Don't watch Donnie Darko. That's a man. You want cognitive overload? I had my very smart friend. I think he'd watched it twice. Narrate it for me when I watched it the first time. Like that movie's a bear. I'll have to try that though. Thank you. It's a good tip.
Let's see here. So you said closer to the beginning that trauma behaves like cognitive overload, which it should be obvious for a lot of people that have experienced trauma, and that when you can't process, you wind up having to make sort of associations and projections in order to compensate, which of course you have to kind of do anyway because you can't apprehend everything all the time. But especially at that time, you wind up kind of doing that. And I think you've talked before about that thing that Jordan Peterson talked about with the woman who had experienced what she had interpreted as an experience of abuse, and then it turns out that it was just that they were just children and they had no idea what they were doing,
Right.
And it's just like there was no, as irrational as human beings are on a general level, like they were definitely not aware of anything that was going on, but she processed it in a very traumatic way and then filled in all the gaps.
Right. Yeah, she processed intent and rationality that almost certainly could not have existed.
Right. Yeah.
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 And created a trauma.
Yeah, and then you have to go back and like try to repair that memory because it's like the memory winds up getting recreated every time you reflect on it. And I think Manuel had talked about this a while ago on his channel. I don't remember exactly which episode. I think it was like the second to most recent video with Ahmad, where he was talking about like sort of in a sense picking your battles on what type of trauma you want to process, because if you wind up reflecting on the same thing, you actually wind up like automating the memory to come back more solidly. And then if you had filled in those gaps with a lot of unnecessary or false associations, then you're solidifying that as though it actually happened, or with a perspective that's just not helpful. Whereas if you just kind of ignored it or focused on something else rather than identifying against the negative memory, then you could move past that and then just kind of just let the repairs happen in the background.
Right.
Let me see here. You have here. I missed one part there. Okay. So yeah, we already went over the projection is necessary, not necessarily bad in itself. And then also that being underloaded can also cause manipulation. I mean, I have to say for sure, as someone that, I have mutant high openness and I can juggle a lot of things at once, and also have kind of notoriously struggled with pride as a result of that. And all of those things are like the perfect storm for just kind of getting taken out when you least expect it, which when you're in that scenario, you deserve it, like it's just when it happens to you, like I can't even go and be like, oh, woe is me. Like I 100% deserve worse, basically, like I got off easy when these things happen. I'm trying to kind of get better each time. But one of the things I've kind of noticed in myself is that, and it is something where I've gotten sort of manipulated, even just kind of by my own sort of lack of temperance, is that I detest boredom more than physical pain a lot of the time. Like I would, and like I wouldn't hurt myself, but it's the type of thing like, oh, I would much rather have sustained a minor injury like stub my toe than be bored for 10 minutes or something like that.
Right.
And so wouldn't do it for myself, but I have had those times where it's like, oh, now I'm seeking out stuff. Before I had enough procedures to kind of rely on to fill my day and to kind of recuperate, that was something that I was like, oh yeah, I would spend sometimes hours just looking for some sort of thing to get me out of boredom. Whereas these days I'm not bored at all, which is a major contrast because, and it's not because I'm filling my stuff up. In fact, I'm trying to pull stuff back because I have more of those procedures. And as I had kind of mentioned last week, trying to kind of have little outposts throughout the day, starting with the morning and evening. And then eventually now it's like, okay, half of my lunch break is going to be dedicated to just decompressing and not doing anything. And then, and then even when it starts getting later in the day, when I know the workload is less, it's like, okay, I got like a 10 or 15 minute period that I know I can just kind of at least not juggle a million other things, and just try to do that. And maybe right after work and just, add more of those. And I find that my productivity is going up, even though, because it might be that I was doing more stuff before, but
Right.
It was a lot of unnecessary stuff just to kind of say that I was being busy, or like, oh, because I can, then let me go and do this. And it's just like, maybe I should outsource that to somebody else and cooperate rather than being like, oh, look at how much stuff I can do,
Well, it helps them too, right?
Right.
Giving people the opportunity to do things makes them better, right?
Yeah.
And it's more efficient for you often,
Yeah.
right? And so everybody wins. So why not do that? Cooperate. It's way more fun.
What's that? There's another thing that Jordan Peterson usually says, like, don't do anything for someone that they can't do for themselves, something like that. Or like specifically related to retired people that, they wind up starting to kind of wither because their agency is taken away by too many people catering to them.
Yeah, you got to push yourself, right?
Yeah.
You got to push yourself. I mean, on the one hand, you could say, Mark, you idiot, why are you cutting trees down? You could just paid somebody to do that. And like, fair enough. It wasn't a huge amount of money, but it was more money than I was like, what the hell? And it's like, yeah, look, I mean, I can't go outside. First of all, it's summer. And second of all, I'm waking up like really late in the morning. For me, like waking up at 8 and 9. So like I gotta be in by 11. It's South Carolina in the summer. Yeah. But even when it's not, when I wake up, I get out at 6:30 or whatever, and I'm outside. I got like an hour in me, man. That's it. Usually my illness just every once in a while I get 2-3 hours, but like normally I got like 40 minutes sometimes. That's all I got. It takes a long time to cut down trees when it's set up, work for 30 more minutes because it's 10 minutes of setup, and then you got to pack everything up and go in. Like, that's no good. It takes forever to get rid of your damn trees. It's still in my driveway. But like, I mean, it's good for me to push myself, right? Like, it's good to do that work instead of just having it magically done, because then I get to push myself and, cut myself with the saw every once in a while. It's good. Yeah, it's great.
You live a little,
Live a little.
It's a lot better than the whole, it's a lot better than the whole, like, oh, staying in your father's tent till you're 80 years old type of thing.
Right.
It's like that's that sort of contrast. Like, eventually you're going to wind up getting forced out. And, so I've actually seen this sort of thing of, you talked about heavy loading, not overloading. And that's something that I had unfortunately seen at a previous job. So I worked at just kind of keeping it mildly vague, I worked at a police station on a college campus for a couple of years, also as a dispatcher. And so I worked closely with the police officers who are there, and they're all great. But there was one in particular, we had a couple of security officers. And so the difference between the security and police is that the security didn't have firearms and the police did. And the police had to qualify because of requirements at the college. They had to qualify with those handguns 4 times as much as the municipal officers. So they really required like very strict training, and they provided all the resources for that and everything. And there was one particular security officer who she was hired as a security officer. She had been working there for about 20 years, and because of the kind of raises that had happened every year, she was actually like the highest paid security officer basically in the entire region, like probably at least the county. But she did very well for herself, and she had a lifestyle that she would kind of go out to restaurants and bars and stuff with her friends all the time and everything, and just kind of like to party and stuff, and she would do that. But as the years kind of went on, because this particular department, they did stuff on paper even after computers became a thing. Like they did stuff on paper for a very long time. Even like time clock stuff and everything was all done by hand, even when I showed up, which was just kind of wild. But a lot of people, and her especially, didn't want to put in the additional effort once she got forced to be a police officer, because they just wanted to have a standard. She was required now to learn how to use the computer and to learn how to use her weapon to a pretty reasonably high standard for filling out reports and also for qualifying so she can actually have her job and all these things. And over the years, she had gotten the best shift. Like it was a really nice day shift. She would get out of work at like 3 p.m. or something like that. And she would just have the entire evening. But she let all of that stuff kind of go. And eventually she wound up losing the shift. And the trade-off was that she didn't have to use her handgun anymore, but she was now working like a night shift because you couldn't have 2 security officers at the same time. That was kind of like an additional like part-timer type of service. Mm-hmm. And so it was that sort of thing. Like you don't make the proper trade-off at the appropriate time. It'll be made for you, and it won't be the one that you would have otherwise chosen. Right. And it's like there are kind of long-term consequences to allowing yourself to be underloaded, especially when people are offering to kind of provide all the additional things for you. So, still like that lady and everything. She was great, but that was one of those things where it's like if you're not pushing yourself, then those things deteriorate. And not only are you fighting entropy, but you're also fighting whatever technological advancements, and then also increased regulations, which are always increasing and stuff. And it's just like everything is pushing against you at that point, but the people who just kind of steadily put in the little work and everything didn't experience any trouble.
Yeah. Right.
So just kind of maintaining, without a negative connotation, maintaining that sort of mediocrity of just kind of maintaining the standard was honestly just kind of how a lot of people maintain their success and didn't get bumped off of their favorite shift.
Right. I have a live stream on mediocrity. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was good. It was
Thank
good.
you.
Let me see.
Ooh, Sally Joe. Avoiding your capacity diminishes your capacity. Yup. Well said, Sally. This is annoying. I never should have taught her how to speak. Now she says brilliant things all the time that I wish I had said. Very annoying, Sally. Very annoying.
Let's see. You have being fooled by random data, and specifically with like the stock market professional, that you wind up kind of assuming you become presumptuous on your own abilities and your own pattern recognition, and then it's like it could just be that it was a really good streak of luck, like you said, even 15 years long or something, and you were just kind of presuming that it would keep on going, and then you wind up kind of getting hit overnight by some sort of thing. And you wind up placing bigger and bigger bets, and it's like that's where you kind of get like the very hubristic fall that tends to happen.
Well, that was, if you read Taleb's books, if you read his story, basically the difference between him and everybody else was his fund would either make or lose 1% in a year. That was it. Sometimes lose 1%, sometimes it would make 1%, right? Until the crash. And in the crash, it made 8,793% or something stupid. It was over 8,000%, right? He saved the firm, his fund.
Nice.
Right. Everybody else lost everything. and his winnings saved the entire firm. And his boss actually was like, well, you got lucky. And he's looking around at everybody else that got wiped out. And he said, no, I had the predictability down. I had the optionality on the short side correct. And the boss was like, yeah, if that had happened, 5 years, if that had taken five more years, then you would have made 8,000%. And he's like, well, no, I would have made 8,319. It was actually perfectly predictable how much less money you would have made. And the boss didn't understand any of it. Right. But he didn't understand that level of predictability. Oh, we got a thing here. Retro wisdom. Is there such a thing? Have any tips for choice paralysis? Well, look, choice paralysis can be caused by lots of things, right? So I have some tips, but choice paralysis is related to cognitive load or your cognitive capacity. Yeah, reduce your cognitive capacity, train your cognitive capacity, do all the things I talked about in the monologue, right? And all the other things we're probably gonna touch on as the result of going through the notes, which is to say, if your choice paralysis is due to your cognitive load, it's probably only one of two things. Either you're trying to look at too many choices at once, right? And I don't recommend coming down to 2. Don't start there, right? Start at like 5, and then whittle your way down, right? Or it's a function of not having the cognitive capacity to discern what the difference is between the choices, which means you're overloaded. Right? It means you're just past your capacity. Now, sometimes that can be alleviated by having a freaking Snickers bar. I'm not joking about that. That actually, the commercial's funny, but it's true. All right. Maybe a Snickers bar isn't your jam, but whatever. Have a piece of fruit. That's probably better than a Snickers bar. Although you can pry my Snickers bar to my cold dead hand, as far as I'm concerned. Occasionally I'll have fruit, but also I love Snickers. Just in case that wasn't clear. Sometimes it's just, what? You're trying to make a decision like at a time when you just don't have enough physical glucose energy in you. Right? That happens all the time. People just I'll see a lot of people plan out their day, and then what happens is they end up trying to make too many choices all at the same time. And then they can't decide anything. Right? And then you can take those same people and take one of those decisions, wait an hour and ask them to make it, and they can make it like that. And then wait another half an hour, 40 minutes, take another decision, and they can make it like that. Like that happens a lot. A lot of people put themselves into decision paralysis modes because they're trying to decide too many things at once. And that's just cognitive overload, plain and simple. So yeah, I mean, hopefully that's helpful. What do we got? Retro is an old school gaming. Yeah, I love retro. My choice paralysis is based on not being able to enter a church for complex reasons. I'm very much overloaded. If the church doesn't overload you, it's not a good church. The question is, what do you do about that situation? There's a lot going on. And if you try to pay attention to too much stuff, it's no good. That's why ritual helps you.
I was about to say, please go ahead.
Yeah, ritual helps you because it focuses you in, so you're not paying attention to 1,000 other things. That's part of curating your signal. Oh, the ritual is I go to this place at 9 and I answer phones until lunch, and then I go to lunch, and then I come back from lunch and I answer more phones. And then the last half hour of the day, I log my calls or, clean up my queue or whatever. And then I go home. Like that's actually a good ritual, right? Or every Sunday I get up early, I shave and make myself look nice. And then I drive to the church, and then I do whatever rituals are in the church, right? Like these are ways to focus your attention in so it doesn't get spread out and overload you. And like I said, like it's different for different people. Like I just go throughout my day and I notice things that everybody else misses all the time. All right. I also miss a bunch of stuff that everybody else gets that I'm like, what are you talking about? Right. So like it's not a plus being me necessarily. But also everybody notices different things in the same situation at the same time, experiencing the same thing. We're more different than you think. But it also doesn't matter, right? It's at some point. Right? Sometimes it matters because it causes conflict, but in general, it doesn't matter at all. So hopefully that sort of helps you, understand what's going on. Like limiting your decisions, limiting your choices can help you with overload. Making them at the right time helps you with overload. Outsourcing them to ritual. I don't have to decide. This is what I do at this time of day. Right? Like this is why having a job helps people, because forcing yourself into a structure, even one that you hate, actually hate, I'm talking about real hatred, is better for you than putting yourself in a world where you just have too many freaking options. Right? So you want to have the right amount of optionality. And Taleb talks a lot about optionality. You want to have the right amount of optionality. You don't want too much, and you don't want too little. And you have to find what's right for you, man. Hopefully that helps. Go ahead, sir. Please, dread pirates.
So I was just going to kind of just add on to what you were saying about the you had been, I guess you went into the ritual aspect. I was just going to use the word procedure as well, which is basically the same thing. I mean, the minor differences, but within the context of choice paralysis, I had experience kind of, also with the whole extremely high openness thing as a little kid. Like I remember, you get faced with a restaurant menu or something like that, and I remember being completely paralyzed because it's like I could just see all the options, and it's like yes to all of them, but also we don't have $1 million, and I can only eat like the size of a sandwich. So, like I can't do any of this stuff. But I would be asked like, oh, what do you want? And it would actually get down to the point where like pressure would start getting on, where it's just like, okay, the waiter's coming, and it's been like 15 minutes and you still haven't decided. I'm like frozen. And so that was something where it's like before there was any discipline. And then in my teens, I had a severe stutter, but it wasn't getting stuck on letters. It was like the King's Speech type of thing where you can't even get the first word out. I would have a ton of things I wanted to say, and it would be silence. Like I would call someplace, call a pharmacy or something like that. And you go to call in the prescription, and they hang up on you because they think that it's somebody just there like breathing on the phone or something like that. But it's just like I'm there frozen trying to get the first word out, and it's like I have all these things I want to say and I am stuck, and they would just hang up on me. So I would get that sort of thing. Being forced, like you said, into an environment that has procedures that you need to face, even if you hate it. That type of stuff makes an enormous difference. And really diving into, like, for me, it was like I couldn't take the first step. So little stuff like, okay, when I take a shower, I'm going to have it ice cold just for the first 2 seconds, like just to get that little impulse control, not because I'm too impulsive, but because I'm not impulsive enough in this time, or I'm going to kind of start doing the exposure therapy of, okay, I'm afraid of phones. Well, I'm going to get a job where I have to answer phones sometimes, not 100% of the time. And then eventually doing a job where all you do is phones, is where my journey kind of took me. I don't know if I recommend it. It wasn't a great place. But, I have mixed feelings on it. I might talk about that place a little more once we get to enchantment and stuff like that, because that really played into it. And once I tell you what the job actually was. But yeah, so that's an interesting one. But I think for sure the procedures helps a lot. And I think Ron Copperman also brought up their sleep paralysis. I think that also procedures can help with that too. Yeah. I have, I think last week I mentioned to John that, you can kind of break out of like, bad dream cycles and stuff like that if you just kind of bookend your evenings and mornings with prayer. But you can also, because you're awake more or less in sleep paralysis, which I have had quite a lot of experiences with in the past. If you go and rely, in my experience, if you go and rely on that procedure, which you did before bed, as you kind of said, you set an intention before you fall asleep. And then also maybe you address that in the morning. The fact that you bookended that, there's something kind of smushing those two things together. And then you encounter some scenario you can kind of fall back on that automatically. Not instant, like not the first time you do it, but over time you can eventually kind of get that as like an automatic reaction, the muscle memory, like you talked about.
Yeah. Yeah. All of that helps. So Retro Gamer. Okay. That last bit helped a lot. Appreciate what you do. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I never know quite if anybody's actually listening and or how much they get out of it. So that's good to hear. I like the point you made about how attention is projected into reality. Yep. Do you have any thoughts on how we can affect the quality of this projection with meditation? Boy, I have lots of thoughts on meditation. The first problem with meditation is that, like most things, you should not do it alone. Meditation by yourself is bad. Anything by yourself is bad, right? It's automatically dangerous. It doesn't say don't do it. Like, there's lots of things you have to do by yourself, right? Like don't bring your family to the bathroom. Like, it's fine, right? Don't sleep in a bed with a bunch of strangers because it's right. But like meditation in particular is extremely dangerous alone. Because what happens is your ego can easily fool you. Your unconscious mind can easily hijack what you're doing, and then it rubs you the wrong way, right? I really like, and I have a friend in Boston, since I know you've been to Boston, in particular. I have a friend in Boston. She runs Mindful Boston, and she's wonderful. And she does guided meditation. It's fantastic. It's really good. Highly recommend guided meditation. Limited. I wouldn't do it, twice a week or anything crazy, right? But I do every once in a while or whatever, because that can sort of help you, right? When you're meditating with a group, so you meditate together in silence. This is what we used to do on the Discord server, on the Awakening from Meaning Crisis Discord server. We meditate together in silence, and then we talk about it. And that was amazing, right? No two of us had anything like similar experiences, by the way, and that was wonderful. Some of us weren't even doing the same type of meditation, although most of us were. We were following John Vervaeke's meditation stuff series, which I highly recommend, because man, it's better than the one I came up with for sure. And I thought I had the best one in the world. You can ask anybody; they'll tell you I definitely thought I did. And I was very skeptical of John's meditation. I was like, bro, this is me. You ain't gonna teach me nothing about meditation. Studied for years. You do it 4 times a day, right? And then I was like, nope, totally schooled. This is a much better. It's not that any of the pieces of meditation he talked about weren't pieces that I knew. It was how he put them together and how he talked about. John Vervaeke is a wonderful teacher, absolutely fantastic, one of the best teachers of anything ever. But doing it in a group has a flavor all its own. And it sort of helps you to contextualize your experience and what you are missing. Because I remember the first time I did chanting, I was like, chanting? Really? Really, John? We're going to chant like one sound. That's what you're going to do. And that's supposed to have an effect. And I totally remember thinking that. I went and I chanted the first time in his little system, because I'd chanted before. I chanted in an ashram. It was amazing. But like, it took a long time for that effect to build up. It was a very long chant. This is just one sound basically, or 2 sounds, 1 inhale, 1 exhale sound. Can't tell you what happened. It was amazing. I was like, oh my goodness, where did that come from? This is great. Let's do that again. Right? So having that experience and then talking about it led other people who were skeptical about the experience of the chanting part of the meditation to delve deeper into it, right? Having experience with the rooting, for example, which is the first part of his meditation, allows people to, I want to root better, right? Or whatever that may mean, right? And so having other people to contextualize with, it really helps you. And just to go over it again, understanding when you're projecting is one thing meditation can really help you with. Because when you approach the meditation, and this is again what I like about John Vervaeke's meditation, he talks about the monkey mind, and then he sneakily switches the monkey to dogs, puppies. He says you got to treat your monkey mind like puppies. It's really funny, actually, the way he does that. He says you don't want to try to control it as such. You don't want to try to get in the cage. Right? But you want to, come over here. Oh, it's okay that you're wandering, but come back here. Right? And the way he talks about it in the series is amazing, because it's like, oh, I see. So it can really contrast. Even just closing your eyes in silence for a second. And I know Alanis Morissette did that trick, right? In her big debut, was her debut album? I forget. It was her big album, right? She stops, right? And then she said, "Did you think about your ex?" Right? Right? And all these things you could have thought about in the silence in her song, which is a brilliant freaking move, by the way. Love that album. It's a fantastic album. Just that can help you to understand what you're projecting and when. And look, you're going to project. There's nothing wrong with it, right? You just got to know how far you project. Like if somebody stops a high tempo song like Alanis Morissette and you project a purple talking unicorn, might be somebody we know. That's a red flag. It's like stick to more practical matters in the silence of the song, right? So yeah, I mean, anything like that helps. Like just stopping during the day. Like you don't have to meditate per se, right? You just stop during the day and like do some breathing exercises, some quick like, how well am I breathing? Can I breathe in deep? Can I hold my breath? Can I do breath control? Because even just minor breath control is almost meditative in form. Some people would call it meditation. I prefer not to. I prefer to call it breath control for various reasons. Could go either way on that. That helps you to watch your projections, right? So hopefully that helps you. If not, look, I mean, I know I'm not around next week. Week after that, come and find me. I'll be around. We'll chat. Since you're local. All right, Dread Pirate. I'm glad that's helpful, Ioana. I'm very glad to hear that. And yeah, I'm happy to go into more detail. Maybe we should do something locally in Colombia and start a thing. Long story as to why I didn't do it 4 years ago, but Dread Pirate, continue, please. Let's go through your notes. This is good stuff. Thank you, by the way.
Thank you. All right. So we have perfecting the world denies specialization in favor of convenience. And then you use the example of, why can't one doctor know all of the things, which I can confirm having a lot of health issues my entire life. Thankfully, cutting back a lot recently after implementing a lot of procedures. I've encountered an insane amount of doctors that definitely did not know all of the things. So that was, you find that out when you make the rounds. But I thought it was interesting that you mentioned, pharmacies and grocery stores as a simplification. And, you see that type of thing. Like now they also have like banks and also a Starbucks and, they have all these things inside there. I found a post office inside of a hardware store one time. Terrible experience. Really, really bad. Post offices are bad enough, but you get one inside of a hardware store. It was really not good. Let's see, what else do we have here? You had the life coaches know more about your life, as kind of a question. That's easily replaceable by actually having friends, that you use that as kind of an example of the intimacy crisis that, I've thought about this too. There's so much of these things where people talk about, oh gosh, I need to go see this type of person or this sort of professional, or, one of the things I saw a lot growing up was people really making a point to either sort of shuffle their kids out or that the kids wanted to shuffle themselves out to go to the polar opposite side of the country from their family. It's like, okay, you're going to lose your entire support system, and then you're going to wind up replacing them with something, and then you invariably wind up finding like, oh, they say, oh, I don't have access to this thing or this thing or this thing. It's like, okay, yeah, they're all back there, and it's like, and sometimes you don't have a choice. Like I've experienced that, but if you can choose to not do that, like it is always a trade-off, but yeah, it's interesting what a lot of times people are very willing to kind of trade monetary resources for, where you can get a lot of these things for free if you just kind of interacted with people a little more frequently and more openly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. The thing is, all of the connections you have to your family need to be replaced with something. And that thing could be a cult, or it could be a video game, or it could be any number of other things, but it's going to get replaced, right? And it's sort of related to, which oddly, again, very oddly came up last night in person. If you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. Sorry, that's going to happen to you. And it's related to that. It's not the same point, but it's a similar point. Like, you need intimate connections with people. If you don't have them, you'll replace them with something else. And you need all different types of relationships too.
Yeah.
Right. Like you need feedback. You need harsh feedback from a close friend, and you need a close friend that will never give you harsh feedback. You need both kinds of friends.
Yeah.
Right. Now, you may need more comforting friends than, we'll say, adversarial friends, or vice versa. It depends on you. Most people need it, the former, not the latter. Right. You will need mothering. Right. You will need a father figure. Like, you need these things, and where you get them matters. Right. And I mean, if you have like an archetypal father figure and an archetypal mother figure, that will help. Right. And I can make arguments about society. I've actually made those arguments. I made those arguments in the wisdom talk too. You probably noticed. I've made those arguments before. I'll be making them more again. I might do video on like the necessity for the archetypal exemplifications. But yeah, you're right. And that's part of the intimacy crisis. Like, we're just denying that we need certain things that aren't optional, and we're going to get somehow, and we won't necessarily realize it.
Yeah. And I can definitely say, I've lived a very high contrast life, and all of the pitfalls that we've probably described throughout this entire thing, I've done, like, easily. Like, I've definitely sort of tried to fill gaps with every sort of thing, and that always had some sort of consequence. And it's like, and it's one of those things too that you don't have to necessarily replace the lower thing. It's just kind of getting your hierarchy in order. But if you have completely flattened your perspective, then everything is lateral at that point, and you run into huge amounts of issues, because it's like, oh, everything, it's just a gap. It's not like, oh, this gap has to be filled by a thing of this quality or something like that. It's like, no, it's just an emptiness. You can just throw anything in there. Not really, But lessons learned, Right. Let me see here. Taking notes. Clearly, a lot of that going on here. Hopefully, other people have been keeping up. I don't know if they got 16 pages though.
Good for you. That's amazing. I love it.
Well, that's one of those things with the dispatching, is like, I can't do data entry that fast. Like, but I can take notes all day long, and I can catch up later. Because that's something I encountered too with working like the public safety stuff. Is you're not going to have enough time to write those reports when you're answering 100 calls a day by yourself. It's like you're going to have to just go back to the notes in a couple of hours when it cools down, because if there's like a heavy rainstorm and the water is literally leaking through the ceiling light bulbs in certain areas, which definitely has happened before, then that's the type of thing that you're going to be getting too many phone calls to be able to catch up. But it's also your job to get all that stuff noted, so you just end up with a stack of paper next to you.
Right. Well, and I have a video on taking notes superpower. So
yeah, it's good stuff. Let me see. The cognitive load changes throughout the day. That for sure. And sometimes in unpredictable times. I mean, you mentioned it's funny. You mentioned, like, the customer service thing, that a lot of times, you go and you might want to call first thing in the morning or right after lunch. And I can say everyone already had that idea, which is an unfortunate thing. And so it could just be that, I'm an outlier and everything like that. I definitely find myself more irritable at those times when I'm working in a customer service capacity. I think because at that point, if you didn't call first and you're now like the third or fourth or something like that, or seventh or eighth, then it's just like, no, you're getting a much lower quality me when I answer that call. That's for sure. Assuming I did, because if everyone called at the same time, I didn't get you. You better hope there were more people answering calls. But you can kind of notice that sort of thing, that depending on how you wind up kind of recharging throughout the day, I might find myself a little more recharged because I have procedures at odd times. But for the average person, where, you have your morning routine, brush your teeth, have breakfast and all that stuff, it makes sense that you do all that stuff. My routines are have a standard, but they are irregular to, you know, other people's stuff. Like I might shower for the day during my lunch break, that type of thing. You know, and then because I was so used to at previous dispatch positions, you just eat when you can. Like you didn't get a lunch break.
Yeah.
Like that's just, you don't get that option. And you have that for a few years. It's like, well, I don't need a lunch break for food, you know. But I can understand that most normal people don't have that issue, you know. And not to exalt myself over them, I'm just pointing out that I'm an oddity in that regard. Let's see. Oh, that was actually my next note. Let's see. This whole thing of kind of the burnout and everything. I know I haven't been able to participate in the Saturday book club, which hopefully next week should be able to get in on. But I'll have to catch up on a lot of reading. I have no idea what chapter you guys are on now. But the one of the things that sort of caught up in the book, I was thinking about kind of what Metzger talks about, the flaming sword that turns against itself. I would think that you have this kind of the extreme, like the extreme space or the extreme uprightness that winds up kind of reaching a point where it breaks down. Like it reaches such an extreme that it winds up having to turn against itself. And it seems like that's kind of an example of this reaching that cognitive load point, that you have just stacked things super high, almost like sort of a Tower of Babel type thing. And at that point, it can't possibly stand, because you just put way too much load bearing on something that just wasn't prepared for it. So that was something that came to mind when you're talking about that. Also, projecting fantasies when you're when you're underloaded, that's definitely a dangerous one, especially if you're trying to kind of maintain, custody of the senses and stuff like that. And that can be influenced for sure by all of the signals that you've been kind of intaking. Let's see here. And then filling that to satisfaction. I think that's something that I've run into a lot, where you wind up getting extremely bored, and then you wind up going and swinging super far into the other direction. Like, oh gosh, I have to throw absolutely everything, and the kitchen sink at my boredom to kind of do this. But then you wind up, it becomes like a type of gluttony in a sense. You're not doing. I do think that's a useful, the way that you phrased it, filling to satisfaction. You can kind of use that in the same analogy as like not eating till you're full, just eating till you're satisfied type of thing. Right. And that the same sort of consumption in terms of stimuli is definitely applies here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I like to use the term contentedness, right? So you want to be contented with things. You don't want to overload them. Yeah. And a lot of people that have problems with reality, right? Problems finding boundaries, like where they end and other things begin, or any kind of boundaries. What tends to happen to them a lot is they bounce between overloaded and underloaded constantly, right? They're extremists in essence. I'm an extremist too, by the way. Right? They're extremists. And what happens is, because of that, they can't tell the lines on either side, right?
Yeah.
And so the fantasy world and the regular world just kind of blur right into one another. And then they think they said things they didn't, right? Or they think things happened that didn't happen that way, right? Because they imagined them. It was a prediction. It wasn't actual, right? And then when they find out, it's devastating to them. They're like, oh, wait a minute, oh my goodness, how does the world work, right? And so finding those boundaries, and also, and this is, I know a lot of people don't understand, Western Buddhism is garbage. Alan Watts is an idiot, and he learned from heretics who were kicked out of their country. That might be a hint that maybe the stuff he was learning about Eastern thought is just incorrect or somehow warped. But in the East, the idea that like you float like a leaf on the river, it's not like a leaf on the river. It's like you want to be between the two banks, right? In other words, you want contentedness, you want mediocrity, you want the average. That's the striving in the Eastern thought, right? Yeah. The striving in the Eastern thought is not be the best that you can be like it is in the West. The striving in the Eastern thought is not, oh, just be lazy and everything will be taken care of for you. The striving is the middle ground. And people don't in the West don't understand that for various reasons. A lot of Eastern thought is just incompatible with Western thinking, at least as expressed.
Yeah.
But all the stuff and all the wisdom of the East is in the wisdom texts of the West. So there's no reason to merge the two, contrary to popular belief. There's no reason. It's all the same stuff. It's just expressed differently.
That was something that you mentioned. It was interesting because I've heard you mention that before, but it wasn't so much like I kind of more or less got the idea, but it wasn't until your conversation with Jess this week that it really like kind of clicked. That being able to kind of like circumambulate a particular text and then be able to kind of provide that additional context was very helpful, I think. That it you know, because I was like, oh, well, what is he talking about with this sort of like, oh, you know, there's no difference between East and West, you know, aside from just kind of like how they process it, but more or less it's exactly the same. It's like, yeah, I can kind of see that, but when you were talking about Job and then also your previous book clubs that you had done with kind of Eastern texts and Ecclesiastes at the same time, it was like, oh, that made a lot of sense. That was very useful.
Yeah, that was an accident. Like, ain't nobody planned that. That was completely like we were just doing stuff. We're doing a lot of stuff back then. We did a lot of stuff 4.5 years ago. A lot of stuff, and we were really learning a lot about how to do practices and what it means and how to do them better. And Manuel's really the expert on all that, not me. I mean, I was there for most of it, but like he's just a master at this stuff for some reason. He's really good at it. And lots of other things too, but certainly like he's the master of running practices. He's really got it dialed in, and he's really taken all the notes on that side. He really paid attention to it in a way that I, for whatever reason, can't. Probably because there's other people involved, and like I don't know about these other people's, but like they're interrupting the conversations that I'm having with my purple unicorn in my head. So I wish you guys wouldn't, but we're here. So yeah, I mean, seeing that contrast live, because we did those two book clubs back to back basically at the same time. You know, with different people, obviously, it was a real eye opener for like, wow, this stuff really is just identical between East and West. Like wording, whole sentences, just the same, just absolutely. The Ecclesiastes is amazing anyway. I mean, it's kind of an outlier piece of text anyway. But like, wow, all the concepts are like sitting right there.
It's really good. And there's a couple of examples there of that. Of the specialization that you were just talking about. There's, you know, Manuel being able to kind of really soak in the Eastern text and then also have that within a biblical context. And then Jess being able to spend, what did you say in the video, like 150 hours on the book of Job alone or something
Probably.
like that? That's wild.
In discussion with other people.
Yeah. And it's like, and I benefited over the course of 2 hours. So shout out to him for saving me 148 hours. You know, like I really appreciate that.
He really gave a good summary, you know, and hopefully we'll do the live thing again. And I'm sure some people will notice he didn't necessarily address everything that I wanted him to, which is fine and fair. But like, yeah, you know, he really is kind of an expert at that. What we got a comment here? Retro wisdom. I think Jung went a little wild reading Eastern texts and identifying himself as Christ in a vision and not like Christ who lives in me, and led him straight to Gnosticism. Yeah, look, almost all roads lead to Gnosticism, and it could be that only one or two don't. And this is what people don't consider, and then they get into this emergence is good. And I'm like, emergence is going to happen with or without you. It's not good. Right? It can lead to goodness, but generally speaking, you need to cultivate it. Because if you don't cultivate emergence, it will go Gnostic on you. Almost certainly. This is why using tarot cards and Ouija boards is almost certainly bad. It's not because it can't be done responsibly. It's because people won't do it responsibly by default, and they'll try to do it by themselves outside of a tradition. And you know, if your tradition forbids it for whatever reason, maybe just go with that. Like that seems like a plan. So yeah, Jung went crazy.
You know, like that's outsourcing the cognitive load of having to be like, oh, you know, I'm going to figure out this new and novel thing that just emerged for me. It's like, or some people could have maybe told me about that 1,000 years ago and said, oh, you know, maybe don't waste your time.
Retro wisdom. Emergence is random. Okay, I will put that on a shirt. Thank you. We'll definitely get that. Ron Cooperman, new to the channel. Well, welcome, sir. It's good to have you. I hope you listen to all the videos I've mentioned so far and all the rest of them too, because they're awesome. I know that because I put all this work into them, and so did a bunch of other people, by the way. So,
And a tip for Ron is that the videos, at least in the beginning, are in order of layering concepts. So that's something that when I showed up and I was like, oh, let me watch this random video and everything, that I started looking. I was like, oh, it's actually at least the first like year is basically a course, and it's like, oh, that's actually very helpful to know that everything kind of builds up upon that. So, and a lot of the vocabulary that's used pretty often is quite precise for particular reasons that are laid out in those. So I definitely recommend it. Let's see here. One of the things, about the whole emergence thing, I guess, and that'll lead into my next notes, is, if you want to see whether emergence is good or not, you can just look at all of the movies that have come out this year, like just a list of them, and then just tell me how many of them are actually good. You can just see that it's like, okay, maybe like 3 or 4, but it's like, how many came out like 2000? You can just look at all these in the reviews for them. It's like, this is just the worst trash, most of the time.
Right. It's a good point. I never thought of that. It's a great example. Thank you. I'm going to steal that and not credit you.
Oh, please. And by all means, do turn the Ganit to Gano into a shirt as well. But definitely wear that. But I think that kind of goes into the, let me see. There was some sort of thing before about kind of seeking out stuff when you're underloaded. It's like, that's something that I've done where it's like, oh, what do I want to watch? And then or even that thing, like 1,000 channels to watch, or 1,000 channels on TV, but nothing to watch.
Nothing to watch.
And nothing to watch for the next 5 hours. Like you even go forward in time in the TV guide, and it's all the worst. And it's yeah. And then so I guess that goes into going into entertainment knowing that you won't retain it, especially after you've been physically overloaded, and balancing out the different types of overload that you've been experiencing, which is an interesting concept that I've experienced but not actually like had in the front of my mind before. This idea of like, oh, I need to actually counterbalance the other one, because I've always been like, right. Okay, well, I had a hard day. Like this was before I started doing a lot of the kind of toning back the aggressive music and the aggressive media and all this stuff, which I haven't 100% eliminated, but it's relegated to small periods of time and not necessarily, every day or even every week. But it's like, oh yeah, I had a hard, physically laborious day, time to go home and relax by playing Doom Eternal on the highest difficulty. And it's just like, actually, that's not going to help at all. That's going to make everything way worse. And it always did. But that's something, try to kind of pull that back. But yeah, to just really kind of focus on that rest, and that there's kind of also the additional risk there that you can be sort of psyoped by pure entertainment that you don't know, especially when you're overloaded and you're like, okay, I'm going to kind of let my guard down. Especially like my mental guard down. I'm physically exhausted. I'm going to watch, some sort of thing. It's 2 a.m. and I'm exhausted. I'm gonna watch some sort of ridiculous stoner comedy that's on the TV. And it's like, I don't know what I'm actually intaking here, and it's probably nihilism. And it's like,
right. Right. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, right? People watch The Matrix, and look, I'm still a big Matrix fan, right? Not a fan, but also like people think someone got out of the Matrix. And technically that never happened, right? Like the machines control the whole world. Getting out of the simulation does not help you. You're still under control of the machines. Sorry, you've been psyoped by the movie. That didn't happen. And that will give you an unconscious nihilism for sure. Like it definitely. But let me just address this real quick. So, Ron, to you, what is emergence? Well, look, the better question is, when people use emergence, what the hell are they even talking about? And usually they're talking about their view of entropy. That's where I have my first problem. And what people are actually describing, when you say, what do you mean by emergence? They're describing a change in the world. oh, something happened, right? You say, oh, a bunch of people got together and, they were all talking about a video that they saw that was by the Critical Drinker. I was like, oh, okay, fair. And they started a group, and it's like, did they? And they all disagree on what the value of the Critical Drinkers review was. By the way, if you don't find value in Critical Drinkers reviews, like just end it. It's over for you. Like, Critical Drinker's awesome. Like, he's not critiquing all of a movie or a show or whatever, right? He's only critiquing the story part because he's an author. Like, he's eminently qualified to do this. But he's critiquing the story part. He's not, and he'll often make comments about, oh, it's visually stunning, whatever, right? But like, if you have a group of people who are getting around a figure or a line of thought or whatever, and they don't agree, then actually they're probably not actually a group, because agreement is required for cooperation, right? And so if you get a bunch of people around with, say, theological disagreements, the odds that they're going to build anything are zero. They're never going to build anything. That doesn't mean things aren't going to emerge as the result of their conversations. It doesn't mean they can't put on conferences and things like that. That happens, but that happens without that commonality, because things happen in the world, right? And so is emergence good? Not if it's poorly cultivated, not if it's uncultivated, because things tend towards badness by default. There's just more bad options in the world than there are good options in the world. It's just a math problem at some point. So that's the problem, right? And you can't just say, oh, something happened, let's get excited. Why? Things happen all the time. Like, what you should do is, something happened, let's be careful, right? Let's put our alleged thinking powers towards cultivation rather than anything else. All right. Oh, here he is. Welcome, sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What's on your mind?
I thought I'm brand new to your channel. I kind of trailed in here through Chad, the alcoholic from TLC.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about, well, this is familiar territory. So what's on my mind? My question, and this is just for fun, did Jesus break out of the Matrix?
He was never in it.
True question.
Well, I'm not trying to, I'm just asking for your opinion. I'm like, okay, I heard what you had to say and I did like that. And I'm like, well, then there's Jesus.
He showed you were never in it.
That's interesting. Can you explain that a little bit? I like that, but I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, let's suppose you're watching the first Matrix movie. Okay. It doesn't matter. You watch all three. In fact, you should never watch the first one without watching the other two, in close proximity. Not the same day necessarily, but in close proximity, because actually they do go together. And if you missed why, that's okay. I don't blame you. But also, like, they do go together. Like, it's they understand that the second two, they just went too long on the fight scenes and stuff like that, right? But the first one in particular, the choice that's being made is a false choice, because the world you and I inhabit is not anything like that movie at all. Okay?
Right.
So that's what you have to understand. But even within the frame of the movie, Cypher makes the right decision. Why? Because to be unplugged from the battery system, to no longer be a Duracell energy slave. Okay? I mean, I'm just trying to use the Matrix terminology here roughly. Maybe I'm mangling some of it, but I actually don't think so.
No, that's good.
Right? The cost is that you have to live with a bunch of different, quote, diverse people. You ever notice how diverse the people are on the Nebuchadnezzar? Probably slid right past you. In a greasy, dirty, slimy, can
Hmm.
that is traveling the sewers of a dead city.
Okay.
That's the trade-off you're making. I don't know,
Okay.
man. Like, that sounds like an awful life to me. Now you can
Right.
go, but like, literally had this conversation. Was it earlier today or yesterday? Literally had this conversation within the past like 24 hours, right? Like, you can make the argument, but Mark, they had a rave in the cave, all happy in Zion.
Mhm.
And I'm
Right.
like, I don't really like, not that I haven't been, not that I haven't had my little enjoyment with that kind of music or whatever, but believe me, it was short lived. Anyway, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it again, but probably
Right.
not. Right?
Hmm.
That was a one-time incident. And the point, and this is why I said you got to what, whoops, where'd he go? He vanished. You got to watch all 3 movies. The point is still that they're under control of the machines, even within Zion. Even in the place where they're not in the simulation and they're not in the hellish outside exterior world with no sunshine, even then, they're still beholden to machines. Like, you're not getting around the problem at all. You haven't changed the math one little bit at all. So all that is shown by wisdom text in general is that there is more to the world than what you personally perceive. In other words, your what am I calling it? I got to remember. Personal private perspective, which I used recently in a video, right? Personal private perspective is
Mhm.
so limited, and there's hope and potential in the world beyond it. That's the point of the Eastern text. That's the point of the Western text. That's the point of all the random esoteric texts, right? But how you interpret it matters. And if you try to interpret it yourself, you get occultism and Gnosticism. And if you don't, then you get the benefit of the distributed cognition, which is very tyrannical, right? But you get a benefit. Is that helpful? Like, did that?
Yeah, no,
filter
I'm
out?
listening. Yeah, no, I like that. I is distributed cognition of a Reiki term? I am familiar with it, but I'm just wondering about its origin.
He uses it a lot. I don't think it's his original term, and I
Okay,
can't for the life of
okay,
me remember who. He
okay.
cites everybody, so I
Right.
just don't remember all his citations. But the problem that I have with Vervaeke's use of this is that he seems extraordinarily blind to one aspect of distributed cognition that I find far more important and valuable, right? And that is distributed cognition through time. Okay. If distributed cognition is real, and I don't know how you're going to argue around the fact that it's, not real, right? That it's not beneficial, that it's not a good thing.
Can you? And I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Can you quickly define distributed cognition? Because I'm the new kid in the class.
No, that's fine. No, it's a fair question. Yeah, interrupt me whenever you need to know something.
Right.
I'll go on forever. Castle knows that. He knows better. He'll just interrupt me. Look, distributed cognition is the concept that basically 2 brains are better than 1 and 3 are better than 2, right? With the
Okay.
caveat that, look, I mean, committees suck, and that's how you get a giraffe, right? Clearly.
Right.
Right?
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but more brains can process more in general, and that's better.
Okay.
Right? That's better. And so that's
Right.
distributed cognition. So, but if you take this seriously through time and you
Mhm.
give it like a thread through time, then that changes the equation. And basically what it means is that something like the Bible is the smartest book that's ever been written. That's what it means. So maybe you don't try to lit crit the damn thing like Gerard does. That'll be next Friday. You'll learn all about that in a week. I guarantee you. Maybe you don't try to understand it by yourself because it contains the collected intelligence through time of some of the smartest people ever, right? Not maybe the people that
Mhm.
modified or gave flavor to the Bible are all smarter than anybody alive today. I don't know, right? But I'm not going to presume that they're not either, right? Because I'm just not that arrogant. I'm confident about a lot of things, but I'm not arrogant about things like that. And that's the difference. I do have a video on arrogance. You might want to check it out. I don't know how good it is, so people should comment. Let me know how much it sucks so that I can make these videos better. But that's the problem that I have, is that Vervaeke in particular doesn't account for time. Talks about distributed cognition, right? Like, I'm going to get my 5 smartest friends together and we're going to figure out a new religion or something, which is ridiculous, right? That's his religion. It's not a religion project. And, you know, the Collinses are on that project and a bunch of people are on we're going to make a new religion project. They don't necessarily call it that, but that's clearly what they're doing, right? They're trying to fix a problem, right? And usually that problem is a problem they perceive in a religious tradition or in the idea of religion itself or in some aspect of an existing religion. That's not a coincidence, right? That's what's happening. So you kind of have to be aware of it. That's all. So does that help, Ron? Am I making things better or worse?
Here's the thing. I'm learning. It's helping.
Okay.
And I'm just getting my head around all these ideas and where you're coming from. And
fair. It'll be a while. Okay.
Yeah, it's not totally gibberish. And because I actually just had the conversation earlier today on Discord about basically, I'll put it in my own language. There was like a fight, not like a fight, but just like an argument about
what? Did we lose you? Uh-oh. I don't know. I know, too much suspense. Yeah, you should come to the Mark of Wisdom Discord where we have better discussions.
They don't end in silence.
Right. Oh, he says he lost the signal. Jesse, welcome.
Oh.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
How's Australia treating you?
No, we still haven't lost him.
Yeah. How's Australia treating you?
The land down under. Topsy-turvy land. Could be better. Could be colder. We have this weird thing where we say it's winter and it's basically just autumn or fall for you Americans the entire time, and then everyone complains that it's cold, and I just keep telling them put a jumper on. So this thing's going on. I know we invoked the Matrix, so it was very strange. I said, hey, I can come on for a bit, and then all of a sudden some random guy comes and says, hey, the Matrix. I was like, yeah, weird. Hello, Mr. Adams.
I invoked the Matrix, so that's I'm just thinking about it a lot lately, and like, damn, Jesse and I have a lot of work to do, but we'll get to it. I got to get freed up. I got next week I'm in Boston. And then
we got to do the shark stream first. We're gonna ease into this Matrix project, I think.
We do? Wait, what is this new plan?
We're gonna do the shark movie. I told you the shark movie is like it's the easiest one to tell people. This is how you watch movies. They're lying to you, and it's obvious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair.
So
Fair.
No one knows what I'm talking about. There's a little movie on Netflix right now called Under Paris, which is very relevant considering what's happening over there. Nevertheless, it's the movie is not subtle in any respects. In fact, it's one of the easiest movies to be like, oh, that's the symbol you're going with? Oh, that's strange, because that's completely obvious. Sorry.
I'll be watching it soon. Yeah, maybe we'll ease into the Matrix with that, because the problem with the Matrix is it's like everything is so deep and stacked with ridiculousness that needs to be untangled. Yeah, we probably need an easier movie first. I agree. Yeah. But all right, are we good? Can we go on with the Dread Pirates notes?
Sure.
All right.
I got
Yes,
25 minutes.
let's see here. What do we have? Now, you said cognitive load is like a reservoir, and I understand that what I'm about to say is it's a materialistic analogy, but it was something that I remembered hearing on one of the few videos that I watched of Sabine Hossenfelder. That I remember she was talking about like entropy reservoirs, and that I was like, oh, this is not exactly what this is, but it's a nice, kind of material analogy
Yes.
at a different level of this kind of idea of like, okay, if you wind up becoming overloaded with entropy, then you can kind of substitute or supplement with a low entropy reservoir, and then that can kind of wind up doing that. So I was kind of imagining some of the diagrams that she used in her videos as you were kind of talking about that, just as kind of like a visual aid for how this kind of works. So, and then you're talking about depleted cognition tells you when not to do important things. So that's definitely one of those ones where I think, within the tradition that I'm coming from, usually they would say like in a time of desolation, not to make any life decisions or anything like that. That you want to kind of get past that point. That might be emotional, but also I would probably add like in a time of complete strain of any kind, you probably don't want to make any large decisions.
Right. The problem is people don't scale that down. And what I'm talking about is scaling that down and say I mean, literally I have a test that I do before I code, because if I code and I can't pass that stupid test, I will mess up the code. Right. And I've done it before. I'm like, oh, damn it. Or systems work, anything. I mean, the systems work is a lower bar just because I'm way better at it. It's way more muscle memory in systems work than in coding. Just because I've done more systems work over the years than I have, pure software engineering. So yeah, I mean, that's the same thing at a lower scale, right? A self-similar fractal layer. So that was more but I also want to touch on Sabine Hossenfeld, or however you pronounce her last name. I was watching her for, I don't know, 2-3 years now. I was like, she's going to hit the wall. She hit the wall past couple months. Freaking fantastic. I'm like, oh yeah, that unfolded exactly like I expected. And now she's like all like, academia is no good. And I was like, oh yeah, you hit the whole wall. Oh yeah, she went completely nuts.
Yeah, I saw some of those thumbnails and I was like, oh man, like she's going hard with some of these. Yeah.
But she was early on. I mean, she's one of the ones I went to because like I mean I didn't learn this on YouTube, man. I had access to MIT. I would just go talk to the damn physicist. But she was doing videos on no, physics has limits, guys, and physics can't tell you this, that, and the other thing. Those are on her channel. Like, you can go watch them. She'll tell you, like, no, we don't know this. Like, I don't know where people are getting this from. Physics has no idea how this works. Like, you people are nuts. High-end physicists know we don't know this. This isn't a big deal to us because we're not betting the farm on it, right? But if you're like in creation denial mode, you have to bet the farm on materialism and that physics has answers to things that physics doesn't have an answer to. Like the freaking observer. Like I keep trying to explain this to people. No, you don't understand. Like go look at the observer problem in physics and then come back to me in a panic when you realize that all of physics is dependent upon perspective, which should have been obvious, but whatever, it wasn't. You didn't hear Einstein. Einstein
One
said
free
God
miracle.
doesn't play dice with the universe. And like the thing that clued me to this, by the way, also Einstein destroyed all of science for real. I'll do a video on that someday. So it's an interesting story. Like the thing people don't realize is that back in the day when physics was big in the 20s and 30s, they did surveys back then and said, all right, what percentage of the population is religious, right? It was roughly 82% or something. I forget the exact percentage. What percentage of scientists are religious? The percent was the same. That's not true anymore. That should be a big hint. If it's not a big hint, you need to talk to me more. Like, let's have a convo. I'll explain to you why that's a big deal. Why you should scream when you understand the magnitude of that. It's a big freaking problem. Like, you can't unmoor science from where it came from and expect good results. And in fact, in areas where scientists didn't have a religious mooring, they killed a bunch of people. And interestingly, John Vervaeke actually mentions this at least once. I was like very happy. I'm like, yes, modernity, such as it is, I hate that term. See my video, another video for you to watch if you're new. Whatever you want to, however you want to classify that, like materialism, has killed more people than religion. Yes, it has. Secularism, as such, has killed more people than religion, at least to date. All right, let me take a couple comments, and then we'll zoom right on. She had a really fun music video she did with some other professor, and now I can't find it anymore. Yeah, well, she's an interesting character. Like, I recommend her channel. I think it's great. I don't watch every video she puts out or anything crazy, but just some really crazy music videos. Yeah, well, she's an interesting character. And she's German, which is just shocking. Although she doesn't want to be German anymore either. So that was fascinating. I'm like, well, that's pretty bad. You don't want to be an academic. You don't want to be German. You're finding all these other problems. Not that I'm surprised by any of that, but that sucks. That's domicide confirmed. Intimacy crisis is here. So anyway, please, Dread Pirate, continue.
Let's see here. So one of the things you kind of went into as well, as far as like replenishing and regaining your footing, as you said, is that you're also dealing with a lot of physical aspects. So you're dealing with hormone balance, and which of course changes from one person to another, and also differences between the sexes. And one of the kind of insights that I had on that within the context of kind of the ongoing language of creation thing is this kind of idea of maintaining the balance between like the heavenly and earthly aspects, and this kind of thing of now I'm not sure if the book club has reached this point yet, but the idea of having enough body to support the spirit, and then also having enough spirit to be able to support the body, and that kind of being able to maintain that balance. That if you're, even in a silly example of a Snickers bar, that really is what that looks like, to kind of rebalance a deficit of not having enough body to support the spirit, especially when the spirit is overloaded, and it needs more support and more, kind of foundation to be able to maintain itself upright.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Manuel and I both missed the book club last week, which is why it didn't get transmitted. But they did it without us, which is fine. I'm perfectly happy. But yeah, we hopefully won't make that mistake again. I mean, look, I don't organize book clubs. I'm lazy. No, we better find a better word so I don't denigrate myself. But also, I'm lazy. I can't find a better word. Sorry, I'm just lazy. So Manuel was also happened to be busy. So we're both busy at the same time. So neither of us could organize the book club. So that's on us. But no, the next two we should be fine for. At least one of us will be around, I'm sure. So
Sounds
anyway, good. We'll continue. Don't worry.
Okay.
But go right ahead. Continue with your list, please.
Okay, no worries. I'll ask you at the end.
Can I just interject there with an analogy to music? Which is one of my domains, is that every song is essentially a premise that you set up. And so if that premise or that structure that you're setting up is not coherent enough to the audience, either A, they'll tune out, or B, they'll hyper tune in. The problem with hyper tuning in is your initial premise has to be good enough to last the duration that you're going to pre-describe for this piece of music. And you'll notice as we're going into a culture at large that can't handle complex ideas, our songs are coming back to smaller fragments of ideas that you can only prolong for 2 minutes. And now it's even getting to the point of lyrics where we're getting to the point where we're just going to mumble something to hold your attention and then keep dropping that beat, and then that's it. That's what you get from us now. So that kind of points towards these fractal natures of that pattern you're pointing towards, of you have to have a coherent frame. That frame has to have a coherent picture. That picture has to draw your spirit in it to essentially have a resonant meaning. Otherwise, you just get to the Mark Rothko problem, where it's just two colors, and then unless you know all this fancy art lingo and all these deconstructed ideas and French exceptionalism, it's just two colors in a frame, and you're without the framework, you're without the context,
Right.
and you're without the meaning.
Well, and just to presage, I mean, it's really relevant here, but just to presage next week's video, which is recorded, obviously, because I'm going to be on vacation. Rene Girard talks about one of the brilliant things he says, although he's not a great guy, so don't listen to him or listen carefully. Like he says, we traded the king and the hierarchy for a different problem, right? Which is lots of little things you have to deal with. And so before you had one obstacle to the, he's very postmodern, right? Such a sneaky little bastard. He's good at being sneaky. The best sneaky postmodern I've ever encountered. Best by far. 0 points for evil, but like all the points get taken away for evil. But he talks about when you think the king is gone and you like have access to what the king had, because you flatten the world, this is my language now, because you flatten the world, you've traded that one big obstacle at top, which was also an exemplar, by the way. Get rid of your exemplar. Good job, idiot.
Framework. Yeah.
Muppet, right? For a bunch of little obstacles, but a lot of them. Right? So you went from one obstacle to a bunch of little, not really, but like you went from n obstacles where n is a relatively small single-digit number, right, to all the other people as obstacles, and now you can't cooperate, and that's part of that vertical causality and hierarchy. I'll make that point hopefully better on Friday in the recorded video, but all that is in there. So tune in next week at 7 p.m. Eastern when I'll debut that video. I just gotta get it scheduled. So yeah, I just wanted to cover that because that's part of the cognitive overload that we have. Is before we only had one thing to track. Like, and one way to look at it is to say, you've got one corrupt leader to track, right? And you get rid of that leader because he's corrupt. Now you have to track all the corrupt people around you, right? Which is more tracking. Like you made the problem worse. Like one corrupt leader whose corruption is well known and well understood is way better. And I did not understand this when I was young, and I was very upset that the Irish mafia was basically in charge of Massachusetts until we lost that. And then everything got worse. And the next 3 Senate presidents in Massachusetts got indicted by the federal government. Like it was that bad. Like, the previous guy was great compared to those next 3 idiots. All right. So yeah, there's trade-offs involved, man. Like there's major trade-offs involved. So you just have to be aware of that. And your cognitive load works the same way. You're way better off being in a tall hierarchical structure where you can just fit in than you are swimming in the ocean with all the other obstacle fish that are in your freaking way for the same food. It's no good.
I'd like to add, as Jesse, as you were talking about the example of the song being able to provide a framework or a structure for a person that might otherwise kind of house and draw in a person. It reminded me of last week's topic of the protection and nurturing sort of aspect that the song kind of provides that exterior structure, and to varying degrees of success, and then you wind up kind of bringing that person in, and maybe you wind up kind of pulling them in a sense. I'm kind of also imagining the image of like a fortress with a moat around it, and it's like maybe that's a properly constructed defensible protection, a good framework that a person can kind of do work in and kind of operate in, or you wind up getting the much lower quality thing where it's actually just a moat, or like Mark just kind of said, you're stuck in the ocean. It's just like the moat has now encroached so far into the center that all you have is moat, and then it's not even a moat anymore because that implies that there's something in the center. You're just kind of in a pond at that point, just kind of surrounded by whatever comes and emerges your way. Yeah, major trade-off.
I'm not sure if this is too much of an esoteric notion too, but a lot of Italian culture is actually built upon siege mentality. So their food, because they had all these rival castles, and you got trapped in your castle while you're being sieged, you had to learn to survive in an entrapped area, for better or for worse. So your fortress sometimes can be your prison, which is another way to say this, or your premise. If you're writing an academic paper, you might get halfway through writing your academic paper and realize that your premise is completely kaput, and you're going to have to start from scratch again, and that's going to cost you cognitive overload because you now have to figure out why you started with a wrong premise, where do you need to go, and how much time you've got left to submit the damn thing, which is just completely what's happening on a much broader scale with Mark's talking about leadership, where we have leaders that don't provide their telos or their meeting what's going on. So they'll give a bunch of, they'll do a debate, and then through that debate, you'll get a whole flurry of details and imaginations and fantasies about what could be done or what should be done or what I'm going to do. And then you don't realize which one of those is going to be the reality. Your idea of your imagination, your idea of what could be, what you're going to do, or what should you do, because it's not coherent. The purpose of the whole thing you've been lied to was a debate, rather than this is my manifesto or this is my victory speech or losing speech, etc. So we often frame things in an environment that allows either hyperstimulation or, as Mark was saying, this slow concept creep where you're kind of being understimulated enough that keeps your attention. And then
I felt that so I don't get involved in anything really political or anything like that for mild entertainment. No, I'm not shedding the topic. I'm just saying that it was kind of like an irregularity for me to do this, that I tuned in for like 20 minutes to our presidential debate, and then I tuned out and everything. But it was a good example of this, of you expect, the presidential debate, and they had the music at the beginning, and there's all this stuff, and it looks very professional and everything, and then you just wind up getting these two guys who have like 30 seconds to respond to each other. And then they're just like, I had the greatest economy in the history of the United States. And then the next guy goes, you had the worst economy of ever. It's just like, no one's actually presenting any sort of data or anything like that. It's just two guys just badgering each other for who knows how long. It probably went on for like 2 or 3 hours. I only could stand like 20 minutes of it. But I was like, I'm not getting anything out of this,
Those are corrupt
that,
systems.
Yeah.
That's what you have to watch out for, is corrupt systems. The solution to a corrupt system is not to bring down the system, unless you have something good to replace it with that works, and which you don't. Like, I don't care who you are, you're wrong. You're just wrong. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. Right? The solution is to get rid of the corrupt people, because the thing that corrupts systems are people. Systems don't corrupt people. People corrupt systems. Right? Because people build systems and people maintain systems. And so it's the only way it can work. It can't work the other way around. Right? You can say people are traumatized by systems and that corrupts them. Sure. People also traumatize other people and that corrupts them. Do you notice what the commonality is, and therefore where the blame needs to be? Hopefully you get it. Don't reverse it. It's asymmetrical. It's not symmetrical. Right? And we get confused with that. So I don't want people to get confused with that, because that's the part of cognitive overload, is people will tell you, the world's symmetrical and therefore, and it's like, no, the world's not even close to symmetrical, and paying attention to that's important. That's why you can't point at the worst possible thing, as Sam Harris proposes, and move towards the good, because those two things are not connected in that way. There's not a direct relationship. The opposite of bad is not good. That's not true. Everything that is not good, which is, say, one thing or a unity, is bad. And that's a lot of things. So you can't pick the worst possible bad, because you can't do that anyway. And even if you could, that doesn't tell you where to go. It doesn't give you proper aim and orientation in the world. And aim and orientation is hard and requires discernment. And that sucks. Also, too bad. Like, buck up, buttercup. Like, you're stuck with what you're stuck with. We're all stuck with that, by the way. So don't whine. Because you're not in any worse situation in that respect than anyone else around you. Anyway, that's my TED Talk.
This thing too that we tend to think of history, or there's a common notion that history is cyclical in circles, but that's actually not the case. It's in echoes, which means that there are patterns that over-repeat. But what we know about echoes is echoes degrade, distort, overlap. They can also feedback, which is not a cycle. It's not a complete circle in itself. It's a so yeah, you got to be careful what your premise or your axiom is and what you're using to, as Mark said, navigate or to put your telos out in the world, or use to discern all this variety of information. Otherwise, you're just gonna get yourself stuck in a mud, essentially.
Right. If you want more on that, there's a video called Echoes of the Past, which is an excellent video because I'm not in it by myself. Adam's in it. Adam's awesome. So he just everybody being here makes me better. I know my videos by myself are not my best videos. I am well aware. But that's why we have the Dread Pirate Robert. So continue with your list, sir. I'm really enjoying this. This is great.
I'm having fun. So let me see. So then you got into the different axes that could possibly get overloaded. So you had the verbal, the visual, the auditory, and then the sensory axes, because there's multiple ones on that to that effect, and that the verbal and the auditory are they overlap, but not 100%. And then because there's so many different potential factors that can be affected by these things, that the total capacity is irrelevant. And I think, or not 100% irrelevant, but when you get down to that next level, it kind of doesn't matter if you have a majority. And we talked about that a bit, where it's like, I might be doing fine 80%, but that last 20%, you give an inch and it takes a mile for sure. And then you said that thinking is a miracle. Which with the amount of stuff that you're intaking, through your perspective, it's just like that you can even wind up processing that in a way that is useful, and maybe that doesn't happen all the time. I could definitely say there's lots of times where I might be doing stuff and I'll reflect and I'll be like, my imagination and my capacity for reason are actually compromised. And what I'm operating on is like 100% intuition and procedure. And it's just like, that's all I got, because everything else is just flooded with, a huge amount of information that I can't possibly parse out. And when I do, it usually results to some, catastrophic mistake,
Right. Right.
Let's see. I'm still on the same page. There you go. And then that grief can lead to overload. I'm sure everyone has experienced that. Although some people can be, stoic. And it's interesting because I think, I've definitely experienced this where I've had wild differences in grief responses. And it did not really pertain to how close I was to that person, which is very interesting that, and I think that goes also to where you talked about cognitive capacity can change throughout the day, but it can also change throughout the week, through seasons, and who knows whatever other stuff is happening to you. And it's like, I've had times where there was a person that I lost who I was extremely close to, was in the top 3 easily, and there was actually no real grief period. And it wasn't that I didn't care, but it was just that I was in a position to kind of handle that. And I didn't have stoic practices or really much in the way of procedures. There were some. I was still working on the basic framework at that time. But it was interesting that I had that, but then I had been hit really hard in the past by loss of people that I had barely known. And and it wasn't because I didn't care, but it was just that I had more bandwidth, I guess, at that time, and didn't get overloaded.
Well, and your connectivity matters. And so I want to bring up a couple things. So one thing is, it's so weird. The world is such a strange place. So there's a great song by, I think the name of the band is 6 a.m. And it's called Life is Beautiful. I absolutely love this song. And it's basically like, life is beautiful, right? And the way in the lyrics, the way he figures this out is he goes to a funeral. Like, that's the thing that prompts him to go, wow, life is beautiful, right? Your connectedness, your intimacy, the quality of the relationship that you have any given moment is the thing that causes the grief. Right? It's not the closeness. It's not, because closeness is not a quality of a relationship. Closeness is a map, a material map, back to what you try to understand as a quality of relationship is not a quality of relationship. And part of the quality of the relationship is the contrast, which nobody talks about, right? And it's hard to talk about. Granted, like I struggle talking about it all the time. Still trying to get you Muppets to understand this stuff. It's very easy. I understand it perfectly well in my head. My talking purple unicorn and I talk about it all the time. I don't know what your problem is. And this is the issue. Like, if you're at a point in your life, you know, and I'm sure the Dread Pirate here can understand this. Like, there are some days where my illness is such that I'm just like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm okay with that. Like, I just don't feel well. Right. I feel horrible. I know how much better I can feel. Right. And I'm like, maybe it's just checkout time and that's fine. Like, I'm cool. Like, it's good. I'm super stoic. So whatever. Right. And so sometimes it you know, I get really, really sick and even sicker, you know, and I'm like, I'm going to fight this. I'm going to bounce back. Like, I'm going to, you know, go and do all the, right. I mean, all of that is dependent upon what you're aimed at.
Yeah.
Right. And what you can aim at, because sometimes you can't aim at the highest. I mean, this is where we start failing ourselves, right? And other people, right? We can't, this is how drug addicts, they can't, like, they're constantly aiming to not be drug addicts, and most of them are never going to make it, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, they're going to stay trapped with that identity, which is why I don't, you know, I don't think it's wise to identify yourself as a drug addict. Like, I don't think that's good, right? Or a partier or what, any related sort of thing, right? Because what ends up happening is any given funeral can trigger you in either way, right? It can make you depressed, like, oh my goodness, it's going to be me, and I don't know when. And that's a terrible, you know, that's the nihilism. Or it can let you write a song called Life is Beautiful, which I just love that song. I've probably listened to it a dozen times in the past week. I don't know why it's been in the playlist recently, or why I've been driving all over the damn place. Because I haven't been listening to music, like, just sitting in the office lately. So that came up. The other sort of thing that came up for me is, you know, when you're engaged with events around you, the way they affect you has a lot to do with your connectedness to where you are in the moment. All right. And for Vicky, this, I'm not going to say it's the same thing, because it's not the same thing, but for Vicky kind of talks about domicide, how much domicide you feel in the moment. In other words, how connected you are to where you are in life, not physically, also physically, not physically, right? Matters a lot to how you receive things, right? So there's a physical aspect. If my inflammation's kind of flaring up, I'm going to be depressed. Like, I get depressed. That happens, right? If it's not, I'm not as depressed. When something hits me when I'm depressed, it just gets a negative affect on it. And it just spirals me down further, typically, right? When that's not the case, that doesn't happen, right? It might give me contrast, and I might write a great song called Life is Beautiful. I don't know. Probably not. I'm not musical in that way. But that's the thing. Like, there's all this stuff going on around intimacy, around the quality of the relationships you have around you. And some of that is controllable by you to some extent, right? But you need other people. Like, everybody tries to fix everything by themselves. You're not sufficient to do that because what, guys? Because you're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. We need each other. We need other Muppets to be better Muppets.
And, you know, it's interesting. I don't want to go too far down the you know, the kind of like personal story aspect, but that's one kind of little factor that I did notice is that around the time that I had kind of encountered a potentially grief-inducing scenario that should have been much higher impact on paper, then and in my own experience, like I would expect more out of that. It wasn't an apathy sort of thing or anything like that, but I do think that there was a good level of intimacy between myself and the person that was lost, but also a lot more that was present within kind of the tradition that I was kind of like reimmersing myself in, and everything that I found myself like, okay, I'm a little better rooted for this. And whereas a very minor loss that had happened in the past where I had zero sort of framework for that, I was definitely just completely wiped out.
Yeah. Well, actually, I remember the other thing I missed. When I was listening to Geddy Lee's My Effin' Life, which is very interesting for so many reasons, a very interesting book. Thank you, Dr. Jim, for reminding me that you can listen to podcasts in the world. I happened across that after listening to a different book that he recommended about Anthony Bourdain, another freaking meaning crisis. Geddy Lee talks about the death of his father and the Jewish sitting of Shiva and things like that, and how helpful that is. Right? It rejects his religion entirely. Whatever. It's a weird book, man. Just like, wow, the things he admits to and doesn't see the connection of is just like utterly fascinating. But like having a structure to go through that process, whatever that structure is, like I don't know, maybe the Jewish structure is the best. The Jews actually have a lot of things really, really dialed in. I gotta say, they beat the Catholics on a bunch of things. That's for sure.
They got a lot of procedures that are quite good.
Yeah, no. I mean, I love the voluntary suffering thing. I think that's fantastic.
Like the sackcloth and ashes.
Yeah. Well, just the weekends, you can't get in touch with them because electronics, right? Like, wait, what's going on? Right? Like, how annoying. So, things like that are really important. But having that structure, like, people know about this. People talk about the people write whole books about how important it is to have that structure in place to help you, encounter the potential grief. And then maybe it won't manifest as grief, or maybe you'll get through the grief more easily or whatever. Right. So yeah, that was the other piece that I had missed. It slipped right out of my brain, but that happens.
You got it.
Cognitive overload.
On that point of cognitive overload, I have to leave in a second. One thing I've used to help people in this sense of cognitive overload is recognizing time. So, you'll have an emotion, you'll be through an event, and I tell them, by this time tomorrow, you'll feel completely different about this. But in this event, in a week's time, you'll feel completely different about this. And you'll look back on this event in a year's time, and you'll have a completely different perspective on this. So whatever the materials that are making up you can sense your the pain threshold that you're going through is almost subject to change, which is not to say that you're not going to feel this way next week, but realize that whatever threshold you think you're reaching right now is going to be, going to change. So an event, as you're saying, Mr. Adams, the event that you're going through may be different because your threshold of, what was I meant to expect or process here is unmatched, or it's on you don't have an experience that qualifies, why am I feeling this way? But when you do have those stacked up in time, whatever that thing time is, you're better able to validate that pain threshold, as I'm calling it. And you could call that, in some sense, fear, because it's fear of the unknown. But then you could also use that fear of the unknown to say to yourself or to say to someone else, perhaps the way you're feeling or processing your information right now is not the best. You're being cognitive overloaded by something, and you can actually withdraw that sensitivity and find a way through. So I need to go, but nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, we'll connect again. Sorry for dropping in so quickly, but
thank you, Jesse. Great to see you.
Bye.
Cheers. That was a great point by Jesse about the time. And
yes.
Now I'm angry I didn't put it in my monologue, but that's
you
okay.
Did. You actually did, but at a different level. I was about to bring
yeah,
it
at
up.
a different level, right? No, I'm like, man, I should have said that. Like, I should have said exactly what he said. Why didn't I say that? What is wrong with my brain? Why was I cognitively overloaded while doing these notes? I just want to read a quick.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, yay, Elizabeth. Structure makes intimacy possible. Shh, Elizabeth, you're jumping ahead. Don't tell these Muppets that. They're not ready to hear that yet. Yes, absolutely. That is, literally, that is what I'm leading up to. But I'm glad you said it, right? Because then I don't have to say it. I will say it later. I will make that case in much more detail over time. Believe me, that is on the docket. Look, I'm not saying I have all of my videos and episodes and live streams planned out, because I absolutely don't. But ideas are curated based on a plan. I will say that. And so this suggestion, well, you made a number of suggestions actually, right? And I picked this one on purpose because this one, I would say, is doable in the context that people should already have. And I know people don't. Like, I'm not like, you didn't watch all my videos. How dare you watch this stream? No, that's not it. But like, for the people who are following along, or who want to follow along, or who want to get these core concepts, they are available on the channel, I think. And if they're not, tell me, because I'll fix it. But I'm pretty sure, right? I try not to cognitively overload people or give people vocabulary and things that I can't back up. I understand maybe you don't have the proof or the backup or the understanding yet, but I think it's there, right? I am deliberate in that way, and man, it's been like 2 freaking years, and this is hard, but I'm still able to do it so far. Let's hope that keeps going, right? So yeah, that there is a there. Like, this is there is a plan to some extent. So I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah, that will be part of the point. Is if you submit to a structure, you'll get intimacy, and that'll solve your meaning crisis. It really will, and it'll reduce your cognitive load, right? And like, your life will just improve. And yeah, the price of improvement might be what people are nowadays incorrectly, I would argue, calling tyranny. But maybe that's a small price to pay to have comfort and peace and contentedness, which allows you to be happy, right? Which is a gift. So that would be my full argument. Thanks for my second TED Talk. Appreciate it. So please continue with your notes.
Well, I just wanted to make a quick comment that
Sure.
that you're going in a particular direction, but much like the kind of like the echoes point that Jesse brought up, there's a lot of echoes that have been happening in not only the videos but also in the streams. And so when I saw Elizabeth say that, you mentioned that there's stuff coming up, but also a bunch of stuff from last week's protection and nurturing came up. And I was like, oh yeah, that it wasn't necessarily explicitly said, but there's kind of like an unveiling kind of happening, a nice little natural progression taking place.
People who can see patterns will start to see the patterns for sure. It isn't not. I'm not going to be too hard on you, but it isn't direction, right? It's orientation, right? That's why I said, like, sure, you can give me a list of 12 videos and I could do any one of the 3 as the next live stream, because it's an orientation and not a direction. There's not a straight line linear path to what I'm trying to communicate. And that's good, because it gives us the leeway. And I do some of this. You could argue I do it poorly. That's fine. Please make that argument if you think it's poorly. I do watch and pay attention to, or more correctly, I have people watching and paying attention to, say, the zeitgeist or what's going on in movies, because Jesse's real good with that, right? Eminem just dropped a new album. I read, I did a good treatise of the lyrics. Wow. Don't read the lyrics. They're terrible. He uses terrible words. Awful potty mouth on that disgusting man. But also, like, wow, how insightful, right? So I do tailor the live streams in particular, but also my videos, to what's kind of what I see going on out there. Right. Like, that's part of this whole thing. That's why it's orientation and not direction. I don't have a plan for my next set of videos.
It's actually very useful. So as you were saying that, I quickly looked up the etymology of both orientation and direction and immediately knew what you were talking about, because I didn't, I was using them sort of interchangeably, but I didn't realize, oh yeah, the etymology of direction means straight line versus having orientation, which is kind of like a bearing or like a pointing of a compass, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Like that's much more useful, and I'll integrate that. But yeah, so I'm always happy to have more precise speech. It makes me very pointy, but try not to use it.
Orientation is a multi-factor relationship, and direction is a linear single factor relationship. It's A and B.
Gotcha.
Orientation, you need 3 points to orient. 3 minimum. You can use more. You need 3, right? At least. And that you can learn orienteering. It's a thing. It's a skill you can learn. It's an easy skill. Usually, it's a free class somewhere at a community college. In fact, right?
Yeah.
Or Boy Scouts or something will have it, right? Or used to have it when there was Boy Scouts, 4-H club, things like that. We'll have orienteering. And once you learn to do that, it like changes your perspective on the world, because you realize, yeah, the world's much more complex than you thought. But actually, if you just constrain things correctly and use 3 points for navigation, or 4 or 5, it's not that hard. Like you can really go a lot longer and a lot easier than you can with direction alone. So
yeah, that's a really useful tool for sure. I'd like to just kind of bring one thing on what Jesse mentioned on recognizing time in like particular intervals. That I sort of tied that a little bit in my mind to when you were talking about goal setting before sleep. That I'm kind of drawing an association between the sort of loss of control of falling asleep with the loss of control that's involved in grief, and that the sort of aspect of being able to set a goal or intention and then kind of revisit and review that, and then potentially reorient or at least just kind of become more aware of where you are in contrast to where you were. Is definitely very useful. That you can kind of have that at the different layers. Let's see. So we already talked about a lot of this stuff. You did mention that one overloaded axis can cause one signal or some data to get processed as if it was brought in through another axis. And that's definitely an interesting one. I'm trying to recall if I've ever experienced that. Probably super, super, super rare. But that's, I know that there's sort of that thing where the audio and the visual parts of the brain sort of overlap, sort of like in the side back there. And that's something that I have definitely kind of experienced a lot, where, you read a text and then sort of hear a voice as it kind of happens, And so I was like, oh yeah, that's a very useful association, and that if you're expending that much brain power on that type of function, then you might be a little more vulnerable, I guess, to additional stimuli, because now you have all of that stuff currently active.
Right. Well, and what a lot of people do is, because most people speak very loosely, and I'm not denigrating that, I'm just saying that happens, because they assume a familiarity. A lot of people are used to projecting words into what people are saying, right? And actually most of it's framing, because actually postmodernism, right, the philosophical or lit crit movement, more than we'll say the thing that comes after modernism, which isn't a useful frame at all. But the idea that the way that postmoderns talk, they remove framing. And so if you approach somebody's precise speech with the idea that they're not a good person, or they're rude, or they're mean, or whatever, then you'll fill in words that they never said, or replace wholesale words, right? Because what's happening is you're used to fantasy projection into a stream of speech, or even into a visual event, right? And then you narrate over it. That's the death of the author stuff that the postmoderns talk about. Like, that's lit crit, right? You'll narrate over what's happening, and you'll rewrite events as they're happening. People do this all the time. Like, that's part of cognitive overload, because again, you don't know where you're projecting anymore. You don't understand this. I think the number of times Manuel and I have to tell people, we didn't say that. We didn't use any of those words. Not only didn't we intend what you're implying, We didn't use any of the words you're attributing to us at all. We didn't use even words that are synonyms for those words. Like, you're so far off of anything that just happened, like, in between us, that, like, you're in fantasy land. And like, I've had to go back and show people video and replay audio and say, like, I don't know where you got this from, because this didn't occur outside of your head.
Yeah.
And a part of that is cognitive overload, not all of it. But oh geez, Elizabeth has another chapter for my book. Assume familiarity. Yes. Assume appropriate familiarity. Like Ron sort of, highlighted this for us, right? Like, oh, I'm new to the Peterson spheres, to your little sphere within the Peterson sphere, we'll say, right? To this little portion of the sphere. Sure. Fair enough, dude. Like, yeah, you've got to get used to the fact that I use really precise language. Like Peterson says, I was doing it long before I knew Peterson. Although he helped me really tighten it up again, which is good, because I was getting sloppy and lazy, because I'm lazy. And so that engaging with people who are precise in their speech takes a lot of work, because you're not used to it. I guarantee you're not used to it. And you may be used to it in one domain, like, oh, when I'm at work, we're talking about programming, bull, right, or banking, bull, right? But then when I get home, nobody's precise speech. They assume a bunch of familiarity, which you need to do to have intimacy, right? But like, understanding precise speech and not projecting into other people's speech takes work. Takes a lot of work, and it's related to this cognitive overload, because we're used to having to do it. We're used to, like, the other person isn't going to explain what they mean. I'm going to have to add a bunch of context. Yeah, maybe you don't with certain people.
So at this point, you had kind of reached the point where you were kind of breaking down the various axes. So you were talking about, with verbal, there's articulation, the smoothness of word connectedness puts people at ease, especially if they're more prone to anxiety. And then that plus tonal enchantment is useful to try to comfort and manipulate people, depending on what your intention is. And maybe the intention doesn't necessarily matter. Maybe you think that you're doing something right, and that you wind up. That is something that I definitely encountered. Getting better on the phones and things like that. There was a job that I had. You remember during the pandemic, they had the whole, like, stimulus payment thing.
Yep.
And they had call centers, which were actually not part of the IRS, that were subcontracted out. They didn't advertise this, but they subcontracted out a bunch of call center work to a bunch of different contractors. And I worked for one of them for a short period of time. And they essentially, you have no access to the database or anything like that. You just answer calls. So you basically are just you're not allowed to hang up on people, but you just intake calls and essentially listen to them complain at you, and then give them whatever information you have been told you're allowed to say. And then you just have a conversation with them. And sometimes they keep you on the line for 2 hours. Sometimes they don't even use any words. They just scream for like 15 minutes, like actually just no words, just screaming, that type of thing. And sometimes they're actual, like, you deal with someone that's like, this was an angel, But one of the things that I kind of encounter with that is that, because they give you a basic script and they tell you not to tell people that you can't access their information, just that you can't let them give you their information. They have to assume that you're still working for the company that they called, that they literally got the phone number off the website for. And they call you asking when they're going to get their money, which they need badly. I mean, sometimes these people would say, oh, when's my check coming? And you ask them what their income is, because you can get them an estimate based on some charts and stuff. And they say, oh, yeah, I make $400,000 a year or something like that. It's like, sorry, dude, your taxes ate it, But it's like, you're not getting the $1,200, sorry about that. But you get people that desperately need it. And it's just like, okay, I have to tell them soon. Or sometimes they would even tell us, like, oh, by this date, most likely they're going to get it. And so people, you wind up actually realizing, like, oh, and maybe you realize the first time, like, I'm lying to these people. I'm answering 100 phone calls a day, and I'm lying to all of them. and it's
Right.
like I'm being paid to lie to people, and you
Mm.
get, it's like if that's your only option, you start getting good at it, and if you don't have any sort of moral framework that you're necessarily embedded in, which I had been kind of detached from the that structure, that was something that I wound up kind of realizing, like, oh, I got over my stutter, but also I got really good at tonal enchantment and on pretty much all of these other things that you mentioned here. Everything from articulation to using large words to overloading people with lots of large words. Kind of getting a feel for what they want to hear and then just flooding them with everything they want to hear so that they can get off the line with you. And sometimes you have some wonderful conversations, but I realized that by the end of it, and it was something that I actually wound up getting pretty much fired for, is I started just telling people the truth. I got really fed up with it. I was sleeping like 12 hours a day. And I started to realize, like, oh yeah, I'm destroying myself and other people. And so I just started actually telling people exactly what the situation was. Like, okay, this is, we're subcontracted out and we actually don't have an ETA, and we've asked for an update and they won't give it to us, and all these things. And I just wanted to telling people, look, you'll get it on your taxes next year which they could do and did. But it was like, don't expect it, anytime soon, even though they told us to tell us. And I got fired within like a week or two once I started doing that. But I was like, that was so much better. But I learned how to get that response. And sometimes I talk people down from extreme emotional reactions, and it, seemed to be to the good. But for the most part, that skill was learned by doing evil, essentially. And that was an interesting sort of thing. So I've been trying to, I still use it when I answer phone calls and stuff. And sometimes I'll really kind of get into it, and people say like, oh gosh, I want you to read me a bedtime story or something.
Right.
I've had people tell me that recently, which is odd.
That's
it's just really strange. But I was like, oh, I'm not trying to do the sort of thing, but I'm just kind of trying to give people good customer service, but no longer for evil. But it's like, oh my gosh, what a powerful thing that is, and how easily that can be misused.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, we have to go in the wrong direction to have contrast to go in the proper direction. And that's how you orient. You go in the wrong orientation is actually going in the wrong direction. That's what it is. So the classic scenario is there's a mountain and you want to get to the base of the mountain so that you can climb the mountain, or whatever reason you want to get to the mountain. Right? The problem is that on terrain, not on a freaking computer map, although sometimes on a computer map, there's a ravine between you and the mountain. So you have to get around the ravine. You have to go in the wrong direction away from the mountain, right? And then reorient to get to the mountain. And there's a procedure for that. You use a compass, a certain type of compass. Do I have my compass? I had my compass over here somewhere. But you use a compass, and you use a compass a certain way with the map. So you need a map, you need a compass, and you need these skills, right? You need a special type of compass that you can sight. Like you need a sighting compass with a ring. That's why the compasses have movable rings, or at least the good ones, right? It tells you how many degrees, and you measure your distance, and that tells you how many degrees you have to walk in the other direction, get back on course, right? That's orienteering in a nutshell. I'm leaving a bunch of stuff out. That's important. And when you realize that is the nature of life, because we live in a three-dimensional space, it changes everything. Because it means, you can go on an exploration to try to get rid of your stutter and your fear of being on the phone. I think I've talked about this before. I hate being on the phone today still. I went and did call center work too to fix that problem. Like I did it. I knew what I was doing. I'm like, I hate being on the phone. I need to fix this. I'm going to go work at a call center. I'm going to jump in the deep end. I was awesome at it too, by the way. Completely awesome. I was a rock star. When I did that, I ran into the same problem. Yeah, I mean, some people, you need to just placate them. Right. But doing that in your case, it led you down a pretty dark path for a while.
Yeah.
But you needed to do that.
Yeah.
Like It wasn't optional for you. Had you not walked down the dark path, you wouldn't even realize that you got anything out of it, what you got, or how to use it for good.
Yeah. It's absolutely true. And yeah, and that's one of those things where I realized like, okay, every sort of mistake that I've made, and also every type of ridiculous suffering that I've experienced was, in a very real sense, deserved, but also and that I got off easy even when it was super brutal. But also that it always wound up resulting in that high contrast where I could realize, okay, for sure not that. And also it's a little bit kind of like it was also so much that it became like revolting. It wasn't just like, ooh, that's bad, like the pan hurts when I touch it and it's hot and everything. It's like, no, like I burn my hand off by doing this, and it's like I realize I'm very kind of hard-headed in that sense, so I really need like that hard push a lot of times, and I've gotten more sensitive to it now. But it's like, my goodness, was I you talk about like hardness of heart, like that is major nut to crack. And so, but by all means, I'm actually very grateful for that stuff. Like, I, of course, regret the bad things that I've done, but also I'm grateful for the fact that that gave that high contrast.
Perfect. That's why you don't try to perfect the universe.
Right. Absolutely.
Which will also overload you before you even begin.
Yeah, exactly. And that comes back to the whole thing of, okay, you want to address these things, like confess, repent, amend, and everything. And even with little stuff like or things that appear to be small. Like last week, you gave me a friendly reproof for my lack of wisdom because of my deliberate overloading of myself. And it's like, I needed someone to say that, and because you've been going through like the wisdom texts and stuff, one of the things it reminded me of is King Solomon says, poverty and disgrace come to him who ignores instruction, but whoever heeds reproof is honored. And it was like, I realized that when I was like, oh, I'm actually an adrenaline junkie, and this is a type of gluttony. And so when I went to that Divine Mercy Shrine, I took that to confession because they had beautiful confessionals. Like the whole thing was ornate woodwork and everything. And I was like, let me take that there. And of course, that I've been taking it really seriously in my behavior this last couple of days to really do that. And I actually encountered a reverse sort of like cognitive overload where I found myself really focusing on that. And then I dropped a bunch of other stuff. And I was like, oh gosh, I screwed up a bunch of other things that I was doing well, but now I'm doing okay in this. And it's like, okay, I'm trying to reorient, I'm kind of, shakily bending in the other direction a little bit to kind of get there. But I found that very useful, and it was a good kind of example from this week. But I see you got a
great.
comment.
No, that's fantastic. What a lovely story. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad you shared that too. I mean, I know a lot of people get stuff out of, hopefully my stuff, but in general, they get stuff out of the world, whether it's my channel or somebody else's channel or a friend or a stranger on the street, right? And they never tell the story, right? And so I'm glad you shared the story. I'm especially glad it was me because, like, why not? But like, I'm glad you shared the story that you got something out of the world, right? Like, the world has lots of good things to offer you, and we never talk about them. And Michelle, generous Michelle, who's a wonderful, wonderful person, also edits all my videos. Ahoy! Nice to see Jesse on deck. Also true. Pirate Adams, your notes to be a treasure of the sea shanty. Bless ye for sharing on course. Yes, a fictional historical figure can offer anti-fragility. Ooh, good word. Good catch. Michelle is so bright sometimes. It always shocks me. Amidst cognitive load. Yep. What pitfalls might be mindful along the way? Yeah. Well, right. I mean, I think that's exemplified in the stories, right? All these little, some of the best work that Paul Vanderklay does, which I've told him several times, needs to do more of. Eyes up, eyes down, man. You can't rely on one or the other, right? You can't have your eyes up all the time. You can't just be looking upwards towards heaven or towards the future or towards like it doesn't matter, right? That gets you nihilism. It can. It doesn't have to, but it can. You can't have your eyes down, always looking for the pit to fall into, right? You gotta constantly be reorienting and watching out and paying attention so that your story was lovely, right? I fell into a pit because I was trying to get around this one problem. Now I gotta crawl back out and figure out, where the ground is. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you as always. That's lovely.
Good. Now let's see. It looks like we went through everything as far as verbal. Then we get into visuals. So you talk about flashy things are attractive and can overload you, as well as fast movement. You can indicate something potentially predatory or at least something worth attending to, and that you have to eliminate that before you can actually start making decisions again.
Right.
You
Right.
see. And
People will use that too to enchant you. And
yeah,
I'll get into more of that when I do the enchantment video, which I know is taking a long time. But also, I had to do these last 2 live streams to even touch enchantment. So just to let you know, it's gonna be a fun ride. I mean, I'm touching on enchantment a little bit at a time, but yeah. we're gonna have a more direct video on it at some point.
there's only so much I can catch up on listening to while also trying to catch up with the book club. So I don't mind if it takes a little while. That's just my selfish intentions, but I'm still trying to catch up on everything. Let me see. And then you talk about a lot of other kind of strategies that people use for inserting messages that they want to kind of subliminally put in, like quick cuts for high contrast, speed changes can knock you off balance. And that this is one of the stark contrast is one of the things that's very useful in memes. Usually the funnier ones is the very kind of stark contrast between light and dark. And because those things are very you need contrast to see, and that because we at least esteem ourselves as rational, we tend to gravitate towards things that appear very intelligible.
Right.
And let's see. We already went over movement demands attention. And then talking about the unconscious's ability to kind of help and betray. I mean, I think I definitely relate to that that example of I kind of fast traveled on the road, that it's just like got in the car and then suddenly I'm 10 miles away. It's like I don't remember any of that, and hopefully I stopped at the red lights because I'm here. It's like beats me, but there's no damage on the car, so hopefully everyone else is okay. I'm not going to stick around to find out. But thankfully, that hasn't happened in a long time. And let's see. We have that. Okay, I skipped ahead a little bit. And then smooth movement can kind of lead us into a false sense of security that we can properly predict what's happening. Thinking that we have kind of received enough data. It seems like that's a very similar thing to like the stock market guy that thinks that he's receiving a certain amount of data and then just predicts wildly into the future. So you don't know, you haven't actually been observing for long enough. And maybe, maybe you have been observing for a long time, but that doesn't mean it permanently is like this.
Right.
And then we get into auditory. So rhythm tends to get points across. You use kind of like the rap music, sort of like the staccato. That in many ways that is that you're using points to get your points across. And that's an interesting one. And then that auditory signals are often combined with background sounds and music, which we've all seen. Either really good or really bad scores in movies. I still, for whatever reason, can't stand the score from There Will Be Blood. Just I don't know what it is. Just it doesn't seem to fit. But maybe that's part of what they're going for. But it definitely catches your attention a little more. So maybe that's the desired effect. But and that sometimes they conflict with the images, which was my kind of judgment that I had on that one. Tempo and harmony as well. There wasn't as many details, but it seems like it all generally kind of conveys very similar things. And then after that, it was a little more on curating your signal, having an aim going into things. So a little more of this, not mindfulness, but awareness.
Yes.
And then getting into some practices that that a person could kind of get into. Oh, sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Then there is sensory. So the senses are not necessarily under control. You can't actually do too much about the incoming stimuli. But also there's a lot of stuff from within, you know, everything from the hormonal balance to what's going on in your imagination, if you're not keeping that in check.
Right.
And then
Well,
propositions.
I want to slow you down there. So the reason why AIM is important is because it gives you a contrast outside of what's going on right now, so that you can even measure your senses. And the reason why it's awareness and not mindfulness is mindfulness is focused in, and awareness is a field outside. John Vervaeke talks about this in terms of the salience landscape. When he says salience landscape, every time in my head I go, awareness, right? Although he means something slightly different, because I think he's including objective material reality, because he's a science guy, into that. Like, oh, all the possible salience landscapes you could have, but your salience landscape is actually just your awareness. And things that are outside of your awareness, while they may exist in however you want to define exist, or however you want to define reality, can't be relevant. That would be my argument. Is that relevant realization only works on your awareness. It doesn't work on things you're not able to be aware of. That's usually where people get messed up. The thing that allows all that to happen in terms of you understanding all of this is AIM. Right? Because the AIM is the thing that gives you the contrast outside the moment in time and outside yourself simultaneously, right? And that's what allows you to figure out what your emotions are, figure out what your senses are, figure out the difference between your emotions and your senses, right? Like, oh, I have goosebumps as though I'm afraid, but I feel calm. That's a little strange, right? I'm not saying that's bad or good or anything. I'm saying that you should be aware of that happens to you, right? Because it's a signal of some kind that tells you something, right? And you should explore it. That's all. I just wanted to add that, to what you were saying.
I think I'm kind of making another association to like the nurture protect sort of thing. That awareness is a lot like kind of the protector that's surveying the surroundings, maybe very localized surroundings, but still kind of scanning the horizon. Versus the mindfulness is sort of like a self-nurturing type of thing, which can have some negative consequences if you wind up turning on yourself a little too much.
Right. Right. Or just what happens is it's not even that you turn on yourself. See, there's a third state. You turn on yourself just enough, but you ignore some outside things that are super important.
Yeah. Let's see. And then talking about propositions can incite emotions, and that you can wind up leveraging somebody's cognition against them. By appealing to their rationality and therefore kind of blinding them to some other things that they would otherwise be more attentive to.
Right.
And let me see. And then you talked about hypnosis a bit, that confidence helps in defense of that, assuming that you were trying to defend from that and not trying to get some sort of advantage, like setting the goal before bed and then reorienting in the morning or whenever you wake up. And that's a sort of form of auto hypnosis. Let's see. And then a bit on the cost of awareness, that it's expensive but also necessary. Let's see.
That's why you need vacation.
Yeah. It's been very helpful for me. Like, I'm on vacation right now, briefly. It's like a 5-day weekend sort of, but it's very helpful. So.
Yeah, I mean that's what helps you tune your awareness. Basically, is things like vacation. So yeah.
And then let's see. And then attention manages cognitive load. So you kind of get into what do we do about it. More of kind of just kind of curating the signals and being able to reconcile the conditions of your body and mind. So we talked about that earlier, I guess, with the kind of Mathieu Pajot's talk about the balance between heaven and earth in a particular person, and kind of checking your physical and mental needs, and then balancing that depending on which one is deficient in the current moment, to pay additional attention to yourself and train your attention. That there's a lot of costs to paying attention to the wrong things, and that your attention is mediated by your cognition, which is also what it's mediating. And that you can wind up exhausting yourself. And then that was when we started getting a little bit closer into like the limiting music and more of the sort of custody of senses stuff. And then the importance of going about training yourself to be attentive and aware of your surroundings and not occupying 100% of your bandwidth and overloading yourself, because you're going to wind up eventually encountering some sort of flood or catastrophe, and that you need strength and clarity, which is definitely something that, you know, in dispatch work I've personally experienced, where, you know, you get those things where, you know, sometimes I would work a night shift, or sometimes you get these scenarios where it's like, okay, well, the night shift person called off, so I'm here and I'm being mandated to now do, you know, a 16-hour shift or whatever. And that is exactly the shift where you have 2 fires and 3 alcohol poisonings, and you have 2 police officers, and all of the ambulances in the local municipality are taken up, and you have 1 Suburban that they can call, and you have to balance all of those. And it's like, good luck. You know, like you'll get there. And that's one of those things where I found myself actively going and not only pulling in as many resources as I could, even ones that weren't regular police officers. There were no other additional dispatchers. But, you know, you bring in, if there's management around there, like the sergeants or whoever, and then just eliminating every single other thing that could possibly take your attention. That, you know, I had like 7 or 8 monitors that I had to watch. It was everything from the electronic access for all the doors on the campus, and then also all of the fire and burglar alarms. And I had the computer that I had all of my data entry on, and then I had 2 phones and a radio, and then I had security cameras that were all around the entire campus. And so
Wow.
That's the environment that I worked in for years, and I was still watching Joe Rogan podcasts and doing my job and like getting recognized for being able to keep up with that stuff, which then led to Pride and then a lot of these other things. And it's like there's a lot of consequences to that, but I was good at it. And then that was where the adrenaline junkiness kind of started to build up, because you do that for a few years and it's like, oh, it's good. And you start to even, it's like, oh, we had like, you know, alcohol poisonings and like an attempted suicide and all these other things. And then you come away from that and you're like, not, I want to do it again, but also like that was kind of a roller coaster. And I don't want other people to suffer, but that level of stimulation at once
Right.
is a little bit addicting when you get out of it and survive it, you know?
That's entrainment.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another way you get entrained. You get entrained all kinds of ways. That's one way. The same stimulus over and over again. And it's like, okay, well, we're used to this now. Right. And if it's not good, it's not good. Right. And you can, I mean, that's how you get addicted to things.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're surrounded by other people who, I mean, it's their job. It's like, well, if you're getting a positive emotion about it, it's kind of difficult to be like, well, you know, everyone else is kind of being like, hey, good job, everything worked out and everything. And it's just like, there's so much positive reinforcement for something that interiorly is not good. Like the actions were fine, but my interior disposition was unhealthy, you know, and that
Right.
took a long time to become aware of. And I'm honestly becoming more overtly aware of it through this conversation, honestly, than, you know, than
Good.
my own kind of introspection over the course of time. So that's been very useful. And then this kind of then went into reducing cognitive load. So talking about muscle memory that you can rely on, as well as lots of mundane tasks, you know, eliminating unnecessary stimuli, doing stuff like dishes, a lot of these kind of like, you know, actions that involve renewing something else and then also being renewed yourself in that process. And then if you're loaded, that you can kind of combine those types of tasks with mid-level cognitive tasks,
Right.
and be able to kind of maintain a good sort of balance there, or equilibrium. And let me see. And we already talked about ritual and procedures. And then after that, once you get the procedures down, then you can get your timing down. And then, the kind of reviewing the basics can kind of refresh your cognitive capacity. And that reminds me of it was back, the only instrument I know how to play, and I still need to practice it a lot more, is alto saxophone. And I remember I had a teacher that was he said that he met like one of his heroes. It was just like one of these super great saxophonists, and that he saw the guy. And when he saw him, the guy was looking over scales in a beginner's handbook that you would give to a child. And he was like, what is this guy who's like the greatest guy to ever touch this instrument doing? And he was like, hey, man, like, isn't this kind of like a little, like, what are you doing? And he was like, oh, you reach this level, but you review. Like, that's just what you do. Like, it's right before like a major show, this guy was looking over like children's scales before he went off into an insane performance. It's just like he went back to basics, and that refreshed him so that he could clear his mind and go and do the super complex functions that he needed to.
Yeah, renewal, revival, going back to what you know, so that when it's time to do the hard stuff, the easy stuff is not in your way.
Yeah.
And you never, it's not everybody thinks of progress as this linear thing, and you never slide back. And we always slide back. Like, entropy is real. And yeah, you have to be aware of that. And that's part of what ritual and procedures help you with. And that's why you need them. That's why, and they take up a lot of time. Yeah. You need them. They're not optional.
Right. Yeah. And maybe the further out you go, I'm kind of imagining more of this kind of like the consequences of having greater technology. It's almost like kind of, I don't want to make a materialistic sort of, but it's definitely analogical. I think that it's that interiorly you're getting this thing where you become more capable of going out and performing more complex tasks, but you require a little bit more. In this sense, even though it's still kind of like in Pajot's sort of like heavenly realm, you need a little more body to be able to do it. So I'm imagining like, materially, a guy with a parka is more equipped to go out in, the wilderness of Alaska than I am with a t-shirt. But that there's also on kind of the spiritual level or the cognitive level, you have this necessity to kind of build up the structure around yourself so that you can venture out into those further places. But if you don't have that, then you're about as well off as someone who has just got a t-shirt out in Alaska.
Right. Well, and what do you do when you want to build higher? You strengthen the base.
Yep.
Right.
And then let's see. You talked about the benefits of procedures for sleep. We already talked about goals. And that it's good to be, in a sense, people might label it cynically being tyrannized by your own procedures, but it really does go to that same sort of like Jocko Willink discipline equals freedom thing, where it's just like you put that into practice and you realize, no, I'm actually not missing out, and I can do way more. And maybe the quality of, you could even say like the intimacy that you have with even just the random stuff, like even the intimacy with the throwaway entertainment that you have, assuming you properly curated it. And even if you forget it, it's like you still have that quality relationship when it's in its proper place.
Yeah, exactly. And what you're trading for is you're trading for variance and experience for deeper intimacy. Yeah. And it's a good trade. Right. That kind of goes back to Gerard too. Like, yeah, you're better off having a poor relationship with a king in that way than having almost no relationship with 100 different people. It's it's no good. It's a lot harder road to hoe.
For sure. And then at this point, you kind of jokingly talked about having other people to blame. and but also to rely on, and that also kind of goes into the specialization where I'm sure there have been people that have said, oh, you don't know how to do this specific like plumbing task or this specific mechanical task or something. It's like, dude, I can only be like one guy, like I can pay that guy and be super grateful for that guy that he exists. But I've had people say like, oh, if you don't, I actually had someone tell me, oh, you don't know how to do this thing with your car. What if that thing happens? It's like, I guess I'm going to walk, like if I can't call somebody for that and pay them, which I'm already paying for a service that allows me to call people for that. If that doesn't work, then I guess I'm walking. Like that's just the trade-off that I'm picking because I can't do all this other stuff too.
That makes sense.
Let's see. And then not to be obsessed with knowledge, and then not to really worry about expanding your capacity. That itself is a distraction. Probably just happens in the background, as we were kind of talking about. Most likely, right. Probably better to not even delve into it too far to draw too much attention on it. But then to really focus on that rest, that to even try to focus on the stuff that isn't rest is to wind up denying the rest, in a sense.
Right.
And then just a lot of this kind of the practical practices of reorienting by going outside, doing sort of very low impact types of, or at least cognitively low impact tasks out there, or slowing down indoors and having these kind of, semi-frequent practices that aren't actually disrupting anything to be able to kind of reorient throughout your day and provide that necessary contrast so that you can kind of, continue on with whatever tasks you have. And savoring.
Giving yourself time too. Like part of sitting and meditating is granting yourself time. Because what people are doing is they're giving all their time to things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm devoting all my time to programming. You're giving all your time to programming. You're giving all my free time to video gaming. You're giving all of your why. Give yourself some time.
Yeah.
Right? Give it to yourself. That's proper mindfulness. Is giving yourself not too much, right? But a little bit so you know what it looks like to give yourself things and not give all of your time or all of your energy and attention or whatever over to other things. Like you shouldn't do that with all of it.
Yeah. And I think within like the tradition that I'm coming from, it's that there's a particular dignity granted to the office of my existence as a human being.
Right.
And that deems that if I'm going to execute my office, to be like very propositional about this, that it requires that many things that are below the authority of that office have to serve it rather than being served by it. Those things might be guarded or what have you, but I think Manuel had a really good kind of point that he made about this. I don't remember with whom. It might have been Gage, but I don't know, where you talked about that like the master doesn't attend, or like the king doesn't attend to the subjects necessarily, but that they participate in kind of like the glory of the stuff that he's doing, and that they receive the benefits, but also he has to do like the king stuff, and he can't be focused on all the other lower functions. And, so it's like they can all participate and they can even commune, but also that can't be where his attention is.
Right.
Let's see. And then just kind of assuming that you have limits, noticing, exploring, and then reviewing them. Definitely very useful.
That's the biggest single problem we have, is that everyone's being told they don't have limits. Right. I mean, a lot of people grew up being told they could do anything. That was a lie. You can't do anything. That was never true. That was never going to have been true. It's never going to be true. Right. There's lots of things that you cannot do. Lots and lots. And you should figure out what they are, so you don't waste your time trying to do them.
Yeah.
Because you could spend your time trying to do something that you can do. And that would be better for everybody, including you, especially you. But also it's better for me. It's better for everyone. Like you should make people being a good specialist at the thing they specialize in is just better for the world.
And sometimes you don't expect the type of limitation that you know, maybe it appears that you have all of the capacity for a particular thing, and then you end up with a negative black swan. You know, and I experienced this myself, that I was huge into aquatic biology for like probably from the age of 5 to 20 or something like that. And there was a lot of stuff that I got involved with and everything, and I wanted to be an aquatic I wanted to be a surgeon basically for aquatic mammals and sharks. And I had volunteered for a long time at the Aquarium of the Pacific in Long Beach, which is just, I think it's like the third largest aquarium in the world, behind Japan and Georgia, I think. And absolutely enormous. I'd love to talk on Sundays about my whale watching tour stuff that I had volunteered for as well. It was very fun. But that was one of those things that I encountered, where there was a guy who, he was a surgeon. He was like their in-house surgeon, and they had these huge sharks. And there was one a freshwater sawfish, enormous, like 25-footer, and it has this gigantic rostrum sort of nose coming out that has barbs all over the sides of it, like actual teeth. And it shakes its head to chop up fish, and then it just goes and leisurely eats the pieces and stuff. But they put it in the tank like 10 years before or something, and it smashed its rostrum and broke it in half against the wall. So no one had ever done a surgery on one of these creatures before. And, you know, like that, yeah, the thing that shakes its head and cuts you in half, like no one had ever bothered to do a surgery on that. And he actually successfully grafted the part back onto its head and was able to sedate it, even though there's no data on how to sedate one of these things or any of this stuff. He figured out how to wrangle it and did all these things. And I was like, gosh, that guy was my hero. And I wanted to do that for the longest time. And I have a major respect for that. But because of the way the profession goes, the only way you become an aquatic surgeon is you have to first test the pH balances in water for like 3 years. And then you also have to become a veterinarian, and the residency requires that you basically euthanize cats for a year, and that's all you do. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to kill cats for a year and then test pH balances and do all that for a chance at maybe getting hired at doing this dream job. It's like, sorry, dude, I'm not going to do it. But that was the dream for like 10 years, you know, but, you know, that's one of those things where it's like, I also, you know, even though at other jobs like the IRS sort of peripherally one, that I had kind of sold my soul temporarily for certain things, that I was like, in that way, I was like, okay, I'm definitely not going to sell my soul. Not that those people do, but I was like, for me, that was a non-negotiable, you know, just not going to do it.
Right.
But yeah, so, and that was also kind of, I guess, experienced kind of like a cognitive overload thing, because that was the goal, you know, to Jesse's point where he was talking about, you know, you write a paper and you go and you realize like, oh, my starting axioms were completely wrong and now I have to start over. It's just like, yeah, my starting axioms were wrong for 10 years. And, you know, every time people ask you, for some reason, they ask a child, what are you going to do when you grow up? And I was like, that was it for the longest time. And then that goes away. And it's like, oh, what do I do now? You know, now things are way better now than they would have been otherwise. But I didn't know that, you know.
Oh, good. Yeah, you never know. Right. You never know.
Yeah. Then let's see. So we already did awareness. We already have that. Let me see. Oh yeah, and then the kind of acknowledging your limits and exploring them and stuff. I made another sort of association with last week's topic of nurturing, that you talked about, that nurturing, because there's so much novelty involved in that it's basically endless. And whether you're tending to, you know, plants or animals or children or even yourself, that there's always going to be, as you said, even stuff like backsliding or new challenges or something, that you're never going to get bored, because it's just a constant, you know, stream of new stuff.
Yeah.
And then let's see. I don't even know what I wrote there. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, there we go. So I think that's the end of my notes. This last page was just the notes that I took afterwards about Simon and Garfunkel and whatnot. But that's pretty much all I got.
Great. Well, look, I mean, this was lovely, and this is your stream idea, so I'm
Thank you.
glad that you got to participate because yeah, you've only had 2 weeks, so,
Yeah, I appreciate it.
so that's great. And we saw Jesse finally. That's
Yeah,
good.
good to meet you.
Yeah. Jesse's awesome. Man, I gotta watch that movie. I hate watching movies. So I'll get on that. It's about a shark. So I'll just be thinking of you operating on the shark. It'll be great. Now I can do that. Tie everything together. You got any closing thoughts or anything else? I mean, you did a great job. So I really appreciate you jumping in
Thank
and doing yeoman's work, literally.
You know, I've had a lot of fun. Oh, go ahead.
Good. Yeah. No. Whatever you want to close out with is fine. I mean, I
Mhm.
had a lot of fun. Is a fine way to close out too. But like, if you want to summarize anything or add anything, that would be great. And I'll give my 2 cents and we'll shut the stream down.
For sure. Well, I just want to say that for sure, ever since I think this topic has kind of been rolling around, and I remember even before I started participating on videos, that it was something that when I was still just kind of like commenting on videos only, it was something that I was like, oh man, like, really looking forward to a stream on that or something. So very fun to actually be part of it. That everything aligned just right for that, and that I had a lot of relevant stories, not only lifelong but topically throughout the week. Was you talk about, oh, it's so weird that so many things popped up, and I was like, it's happening a lot this year. Like this year, a lot of stuff has been happening where it's like, oh, really? Like that is relevant as well. And, like all this stuff is happening all at once. So really enjoying being along for the ride. Enjoying having an opportunity to kind of talk out a lot of these things that I have been consistently failing at, but hopefully rebounding and then probably backsliding a little bit and then making more progress. It seems to be the usual pattern, but as you say, the world needs you to be better, and not necessarily perfect, and you're not going to get that right, the first or even the 10,000th time. So I'm looking forward to just keeping at it, and I hope that that everyone else continues to do so, and just happy to be here.
No, great. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks for the reminder, right? Yeah. The world needs you to be better. Right. That's how the world gets better is you put in the work. You put in the work. You're going to ask other people to put in the work. It's not going to work. You don't hire a politician to do it. They're not going to make the world better. You make the world better by making yourself better. And yeah, I mean, that's really what these live streams in particular are about, but really the whole channel is really about how do I understand the world? How do I frame things so that I can be better? And then hopefully, that'll make everything else better. And if it doesn't make the whole world better or the world better for the people you most want the world to be better for, hopefully it'll at least make the world better for you. And maybe that's the best you can do. But maybe also that's good enough. Right? Like don't try to boil the ocean, right? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Like know your limits, right? That's a lot of what this is about. Cognitive load is recognize that you have some cognitive capacity that's limited, right? And recognize that it can only get so much better. And you don't know what that is, right? But yeah, and most of all, consider that you're a Muppet. And that's okay. We're all Muppets. It doesn't make you any worse than anyone else. And that'll help you in your life. And that's really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give people enough context that they can improve some aspect of their life. And it sounds like it's working to some extent. So I really appreciate that, everybody. Tune in next week. It won't be a live stream, but it will be worth your time. I guarantee you. That is an awesome talk. Cannot wait to share it with you. There will be a part 2 of that talk based on your feedback, and also give feedback to the Jess Wisdom talk because, we're going to do a live stream on that at some point. Maybe next week, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Everyone have a great week. I'll see you in a couple of weeks for another live stream. I'll see you next week for the recorded stream. Have a wonderful time, and let me know what you think.